men, it becomes very tough for us in life to look for money. And for you, you are striving and struggling hard looking for that money. And with no second, the money goes out. Am I right? Living what? And to what does that mean? Whatever you have in your hand, it is enough for the mouth, and still some space is there in your mouth to fill. But you don't have anything in your hand. That is the meaning. So, in other words, whether you are a salaried class, whether you are doing a small business, sometimes you may do a small business. Assume you may have a saloon. Let's just assume you have a saloon and you have invested some money there, but nothing is coming forth. Day in and day out something, but you see now, oh, I think I made a mistake. So immediately what you do, you close the saloon and you close the saloon and you open another a business. You are now selling matoke. So you call someone from Barara, you tell him, are you coming? Yeah. Okay, you bring 20 bunches of what? Matoke. So you are closed your saloon, you have ventured into what? Matoke. So even matoke, like people come and they negotiate. You have priced it at 15,000 per bunch, but someone comes, people are selling there at 8,000. But your cost is 8,000. You have made your calculations. The cost of landing is what? 8,000. So you wanted to make some little profit such that you can pay tithe, return tithe and things like that. But the customer comes and he says, what? Even look at the matoke. It is so small like you. Let me go there. You let me go to the next shop. He goes there. For you, you're now frustrated. I'm also selling matoke. That one is also selling matoke. How come I'm unable to sell at 8,000, but Kumi, that fellow is selling it at what? 8,000. So you get frustrated, so you end up eating most of the matoke yourself. And then you come to the church on a Sabbath day and you tell people, I need to pray. Yeah. You see, Adventists will never feel shy to ask for prayer. Is there any non-Adventist here? Okay. Christians. We don't feel shy to come forward and say, please pray for me. I did saloon. I ended up salooning for all the church members. Nobody is paying. Then I ventured into matoke. I ended up eating all the matoke. Now you wonder. So, while you're having lunch in the church, someone says, did you look at her? Yeah. Look at her car. Do you know what she's doing? No. I wonder what she's doing for that money. She is making bricks. You mean making bricks will make more money? Yeah. Lot of money. You see there, they are building house. You go out and see next to the compound, they are building. They need 60,000 bricks. Okay. Then in the afternoon, you have asked for prayer in the morning, afternoon, after lunch you come and say, God has answered my prayer. Glory be to the Lord. Sunday morning, where are you? Looking for clay. Am I with you? And as you're busy looking for clay, there is someone who comes. He says, what are you looking for? Clay. For what? I want to make bricks. Okay, make bricks and do what? Make more money. Oh, don't slog like this. Start a nursery school. Sure. Do you know where you are worshipping from? Primary kindergarten. Do you know how many children they have? You don't know anything about schools. You do nothing. Just have a house. paint it, whatever color paint you have. Red, blue, black, what, everything, crisscross. Children like it, by the way. Play toys, don't worry. Go around, look for old tires. Put in there. Children love tires. They go inside, came out. They go inside and come out. Oh. Money. People are giving birth every day. Even if you stop them, they will still give birth. So now, as you're looking for clay, thing is, you don't know what to do. Have you got the point? So you're looking for some angel, Gabriel, from somewhere to come and tell you exactly, do this clay. Then along the way, some another Gabriel comes and tells you this, now kindergarten. Now as you're looking for kindergarten, some other Gabriel will come and say, now you sell shoes. There are so many women there. Every woman, they what? They love shoes. You buy shoes, paint it, sell it. When there is a hole, you stitch it and sell it. Okay. You mean shoes can sell? Oh yeah, even me. So you want to copy what others are doing. Are we together? So, I'm trying to understand. You see, I may talk about so many things, but we'll have to try to understand lessons from there. Okay? So, God has told us very clearly, look, life is not going to be what? Easy. But the consolation is God tells you, yes, the ground is hard, but I will bless the work of your hands. Amen? That is where we make a difference. So don't ever think and cry, oh, me, I pay tithe, I am a chorister, I have even memorized 20 songs in the church hymnal. Without looking at it, I can sing from first to last, last to first. Hey, but I am very poor. I don't have money. I can only what? Sing. That has got nothing to do with this. What effort have you put in? That is very important. So law number 1, manage your time. Rule number 1, manage your time. So when I say managing your time, I'm not here to talk about time management. It's a different perspective with respect to personal finance. So the first thing that I'm going to talk about is a personal finance, as I told you before. So here, when I say managing time, equally God has given us and blessed us with 24 hours. Am I right? Yeah, we have 24 hours. Make a ledger. What do I do on a normal day? 24 hours. Make yourself accountable just for 1 week. Make yourself account. Don't show it to anyone, even to your wife or even to your husband. They'll spit on your face. That's the truth. If they get to know what you're doing. Make a separate ledger of time. 24 hours. Okay? Write how many hours do you sleep? How many hours do you read? How many hours do you pray? How many hours are you on the job? Now, this is for the employed people. Okay, I'll balance all the categories. Most of the employed people, they always complain to me, work is hectic. It is too stressful. I don't have time. Oh, okay. You'll remain there, being employed forever. First, for people who are employed, I want to tell this. You'll have to first of all exit yourself from the employability. Or in other words, the employee mentality. I think that is the right word. Exit yourself from the employee mentality. Still, I'm talking under the first law, managing time for personal finance. So, if you're employed, assume that you spend 8 hours on the job. Let's say 8 hours. So your job is between 9 to 5. Okay? Now after 5, the time is yours, right? Up to 9 in the morning. Are we together? Now, question number 1, as I told you, the first step is to exit yourself from the employee mentality. What is employee mentality? Whatever we just said. Oh, I am busy. Work is hectic. Work is stressful. I am too tired. When I go to house, I just put my head under the pillow. I sleep. Okay. What is this? Employee mentality. I'll give you another dimension of employee mentality. I get paid once a month. Okay. What do? I can do nothing. Because money comes in, it just goes out. So how does it go out? Even me, I don't know. It comes, it goes. So money is like a visitor. It visits you, it goes. So you do have nothing to do with the visitor. Am I right? What is this? Employee mentality. That your salary is not enough. You see, all these are talking points. Reality. My salary is not enough. I have invoices more than what I get. I have a huge debt. I have too many children. I have too many dependents. All these are employee mentality. So what should you do? I always say this, and I want to put it this way. We need to have multiple streams of income. We need to have multiple streams of income. What do you mean by that? Don't depend on one source. Okay? In other words, if your employment is for 8 hours, the next question that I always ask, how much time out of 8 hours do you effectively use for your job? It's my assessment, I may be wrong. On an average, whether you are whatever in your employment, what category, I don't care, but on average, the scientific fact is this. If you have an 8-hour job, most of the employees, they effectively use 3 hours only. Strange, right? How many hours? Just 3. You are there at your desk for 8 hours. But you have effectively used how much? 3 hours only. Average. This is world standard. Whether it is India, Norway, America, whatever, it's the same. So in other words, even on the job, when you are expected to work 8 hours, how many hours do you have in excess? 5. But you're just pretending to be working. Facebook. What happened to that goat? How was Jaja? Are we together? 5 hours. It could vary. It may not be strictly 5 hours. Some of you may have 3 hours in excess. Some of you may have 2 hours, but I'm just talking on an average. Some of you may have all the 8 hours free. I'm serious. Some of employees, they have all the 8 hours free. I'm serious. They do nothing. They just go to the office, sit there from morning till evening. Their legs are even on the table. Have you seen such fellows? They do nothing. So I don't know which category you may fall, but let me tell you, 100% you will have excess time on the job, even if it is an 8-hour job. So what you should do, that is managing time. If you're employed, find every free time within your job time to understand what you are. Am I with you? So when I say what you are, I can categorize what you are into materials. You can be a wood, you can be a stone, you can be silver, you can be gold. Are we together? So when I say what you are, it's easy. I will give you tips. First of all, I told you the one practical thing that you need to do is to have a ledger on a daily basis. Do it only for 1 week. Don't do it for a whole year and waste all the time doing that. Just 1 week is enough. Why do I say just 1 week is enough? Because, when you cook rice in a pot, you don't have to eat the whole pot of rice to see whether it is cooked or not. Just 1 grain of rice is enough. Put it in your mouth and see whether the whole pot is cooked or not, right? So it will help you to understand whether you are an efficient person or not by keeping that ledger. Number 2 is to contemplate. This also should not take time for you to know who you are. So if you want to know who you are, I'm categorizing you into materials. 1 is what? Wood. Next is stone. Number 3, silver. Number 4, gold. What does that mean? You are a person, you'll have to contemplate and see, okay, what am I? What do I do? What kind of a person I am? Okay, number 1, are you trustworthy? It's a question that you will have to answer yourself. Don't go and ask your wife, don't go and ask your children, they will fool you. But you know yourself. Am I trustworthy? Number 2, am I hardworking? Add another word there. Am I hardworking and smart working? I will explain that. Okay, am I hardworking or smart working? Number 3, are you a consistent person? Consistency. Are you a consistent person? Okay. Number 4, reliability and dependability. Reliability and dependability. Now, you rank yourself. You rank yourself in a point of 5. In a point of 5. Number 1, what is that? Trustworthy. In a point of 5, me, I don't trust myself. Put yourself 1 there. I am known for integrity. I can trust. Anyone can trust me with anything, even their wives and their daughters. They can trust me with their money. They can trust me with their property. They can trust. Anybody can trust me. Oh, I am impeccable. 5. Are we together? So you can rate yourself in a point of 5. Trustworthy. What is the second? Hardworking and smart working. Why do I club those 2? Many of you say, you see, I am a hardworking person. Even a border guy is also what? A hardworking. Does it make him rich? Does it make him wealthy? Yes, sometimes it could be. Are we together? So what is meant by hardworking, and why should we add another word, smart working? Hardworking and smart working, they are not the same. Let me tell you that. They are not the same. Now, when you use strategies, you are smart. Are we together? If you are a person who would copy and paste whatever others do, you are not smart. Are we together? If you do the same work over and over again with no change, no innovation, no creativity, you are not smart. But every time you have an improvement, every time there is There is a beautiful add-on, a creativity, innovation. All these things are added. You are a smart person. What is hardworking? Committed. I'm not, when you say hardworking, it doesn't mean that you'll have to put on hard labor, carry things, heavy things. No. Hardworking means commitment. Like you see, even in the church, there could be some people who are hardworking, who are committed. When you give them a time, they are there. Assigned responsibilities, without supervision, they do it. What is that? Hardworking. Are we together? So, when hardworking and smart working joins together, nobody can stop your growth. Are we together? Let me give you one example. There was a time I was working for a university. I was assigned some responsibility. I was a lecturer. So my duty was to go and teach. Every day they give you a timetable. There is a fixed syllabus. There came a time I even memorized the entire book. I can even say flip to page number 373, figure number 11.8. I said, now, what am I doing here? I was almost like a photocopying machine. Lecturers do that, am I right? There is no creativity because they give you a fixed syllabus, they give you a timetable, go and teach. So you can't teach anything other than the syllabus. So you're like a horse. I said, hey, no. So what I did, one day I went to the administrator. I told him, just out of curiosity, may I have some statistics? The guy said, for what? I told him no, for some specific reason. I'm just curious to know. He said, yeah, it's okay. So he gave me a few statistics about the university. How many students are there, in what, everything. In my free time, what I did, I tabulated everything and I said where we can improve. Are we together? So in the next meeting, I told him, please take me also. Take me also. I'll just sit behind you, but we shall present this. So I told them, like, at one point of time, they said, there is a guy who's here, who's a lecturer. He wants to talk. I said, okay. They gave me permission. I told them how the institution can grow 100% within 1 year. Are we together? Yeah? I told them, do this. We can't fail. They were like, where was this guy before? In no time, they made me the head of the institution. And when I was the head of the institution, I was able to give them 180% growth. Within 2 years, 180%. Amazing. So what I did was simple strategy. Are we together? Strategy. Apply what you know, practically look at it, and then speculate. Probably you'll have to just implement it. So you need to have hardworking and what? Together for your growth. Are we together? So that is very, very important. Back in, before I came to Uganda, some years ago, still actually I was a lecturer, okay, before I was taken to another position. So that time I was addressing a conference. So the governor of the province was there. So when he looked at, he was listening to my presentation. Please don't mistake me. I may have to trumpet myself for some time, but let us understand lessons. I'm not here to tell you that I'm so big, whatever. No, just a glimpse and sharing of the experience. So I was making a presentation. Soon after the presentation, the head of the institution came to me and he said, this guy wants to speak to you. The chief guest wants to speak to you. I told him, for what? He said, I don't know, but he just want to speak to you. So by the time the governor left the university, okay, he went for another appointment. That weekend after I was told, in fact, this was a professor. So the professor came to me and he told me, Milka, governor wants to meet with you. But I said, but he's a busy man. How will I meet? Even last time when he was in the conference, he wanted to speak to me, but we didn't have time. So how am I going to do? So he said, it's okay. You know, those days I didn't have, mobile phone technology was not there. This was 1997, 98. It was not so common. So he said, okay, what you do, just wait. We shall see. But he has sent a message that he wants to meet with you. Imagine that weekend, his PA came to me, okay, as I was in the university. His PA came to me and he told me, look, the governor is hosting a lunch for you. I said, really? Who am I? Not even my professor was invited. Who is my boss? Who am I that I should be invited by the governor for the lunch, for her lunch at his home, not even outside? So I said, hey, are they going to slaughter me? What did I do? Then I just kept quiet. At that time, I was not married. So I was a bachelor. I told my mother, Mom. She said, don't worry. God has promised that he will take you to high places and he'll make you ride on high places. Go. So I took my bike. I was riding like a mad fellow to the governor's home. You know, there are several security levels in the governor's residence. The moment they saw my bike, the gates were opening. I said, sure, they're going to slaughter me. The gates were automatically opening. Nobody asked me a question. So I just went. I didn't even know where to park my bike, because all over I see only cars. I'm the only fellow going on a border. My own bike. So when I went there, I just parked somewhere. And the security guys came and they all said, are you Milka? Yes, I am. Come, the governor is waiting. So I went there. I've never seen food like that ever in my life till date. A huge table full of food. The guy was there and he said, Milka, come. And to my surprise, the wife also was. Of course, he hosted me in his residence. So the wife was there. She was like, governor is so happy about you. I said, okay. I didn't know what was cooking up and what was coming. So the guy, he said, okay, let's have lunch first. So the guy himself served lunch. He said, no, tell me what you want, I will serve. So he served lunch. My hands were shivering. Of course, I wanted to eat the entire food, but appetite was not there. Because my mind was telling, Milka, you will never get this food ever again in your life. Feast it. But there is something that is stopping you because the governor is watching you. And you can't just keep grumbling as if you have been fasting for 40 days. So, all those things were stopping me. So I had to be a very gentleman there, So I had to take few gulps of rice, and I said, I think I'm okay. The governor said, are you sure? I said, yeah. No, you eat, be yourself. I said, no, it's okay. Then he gave me ice cream, fruit salads. I had never taken food like that. Governor's home. So soon after that, the guy took me to his office. Then we sat and he told me something. Milka, I see something that is like a fire in you. I said, Governor, what is that? He said, no, from the way in which you presented your ideas, I did my homework about you, and your ideas are radical. You have a very good perspective. Imagine I was just 24 years old at that time. So he told me, Milka, I have an offer for you. There was an institution called CDOT, which is the training arm of the government. It's like an NGO, but under the government. We do the rural development. We do many other projects. So he told me, I don't know what inspired him. He told me, I want you to head this institution as the executive director. My heart actually came out. It was even trying to pop out through my eyes. I said, you mean? I didn't understand actually. I was blank. I didn't hear what he was saying, but I heard. He said, so he told me, will you be okay with that? So the last word, the statement alone, I heard loud and clear. Will you be okay with that? So I asked him, sir, what did you say? I'm telling you, Milka, can you head this institution as the executive director? My mouth became dry like a desert. I couldn't speak. No words was coming out. So he told me, and I told him, your command is mine. I will just do whatever you say. So the guy was like, okay, but don't worry. But I told him, but no, there is no but, Milka. I know what you're going to say. And he told me, I know that you're young, but you're going to be the head of this institution, which is going to take up almost half of the state. Even people who are twice or thrice your age will be your subordinates, and you're wondering how you're going to manage them. Don't worry, I'm here. From that time, I was the executive director for 5 years for that institution. Wonderful time. And he's still, even till date, he's my mentor. Even now, sometimes when I need something, I call him and we exchange ideas. And what I'm trying to say is two things. This is a lesson that I learned from him. So he told me, Milka, I saw hard work and smart work in you. So that institution, it grew up in leaps and bounds. The turnover was close to $30 million for every quarter. You know, we work on quarters, 30 million. It was huge. Money was huge. I'm telling you, God took me to the highest level of my life at that young age. And I also got married when I was there. It was so beautiful. It was amazing. Yeah, so what I'm trying to say is, under managing time, what is the first thing? Integrity. Did I say what was the first point? Trustworthy. Being a person with integrity, trustworthy. Second is hard work and smart work. So when I give you this glimpse of my experience in life, what I want you to understand is, go beyond your job description. What took me as the executive director was I was least bothered about my job description. Are we together? Sometimes, you have your job description always in your pocket. When your boss tells you something, you open up, but this is not in my job description. Throw your job description away if you're employed. Go out of your ring. Explore beyond what you're supposed to do. I'm telling you, in no time, you will just step beyond what you can handle. I've experienced it, and I'm telling you that. Now, when I say when you climb up your career ladder, money. I'm telling you, I don't even know how much money I had when I was executive director, to be honest with you. I had money, and I had extreme power in the whole state. I was in charge of half of the state on that organization. My power, I'm telling you, anytime I could walk into anyone's office, the moment they know the Milka is coming, I'm really blessed. And you may ask, why did I leave that? Political. Because things became extremely political, and it became a life threat to me. That is how I had to abandon that, because by the time the regime changed. So anyway, that's a history. So what I'm trying to say is, the lesson that we need to learn here is, go beyond your job description. I beg your pardon? Above and beyond. That is the right thing. Okay? So, you see, now let me put it this way. If you are given a job, who gave you that job? Whether you got it through the right means or by merit, or you paid and got it, or whatever the case may be. Who gave you that job? It is God, right? So God has taken you and he has put in that job for a specific reason. You got to be a good steward even on the job where you are right now. So don't just stick on to the job description. At the same time, you'll have to be extremely careful in not stepping on the toes of someone and scratching people on the wrong side. Do it in a very subtle way. Be as wise as a and as humble as a. Nobody should know that you are a threat. Are we together? Now imagine if my professor would have thought that I would have been a threat. I wouldn't have flourished. Am I right? So I gave him that respect. I gave him that room. I even told him when I was going to the governor's residence, I asked him, Professor, are you going to come with me? He said, no, it is you. Go. And God lifted me up, whereby even the professor had to wait for my appointment at one point of time. Because of grants. Because he needs grants. And I was a grants officer, in fact, as a ED. So, there are so many things that you can do. So, my simple advice to all of you. Managing time. First is being trustworthy. Second is being hardworking and smart working. Number 3, to know, come again? Consistency. Now, this is another important virtue. You got to be highly consistent. What do you mean by consistent? You can't be like Kampala weather, rain in the morning and then shining in the afternoon. Be consistent in your behavior, be consistent in your productivity. Sometimes you are very constructive and you're dependable only by the first week of the month. Then later on you are just, let the salary come and then I will work. You get the point? Be consistent. And consistency also is people should know that you are consistent in your productivity irrespective of the situations. Consistency is very important. Even as a head of institutions, I have also seen that. I had never looked at people's credentials when it comes to promotions. I always look at their consistency. What can they contribute to the organization? So you need to be highly consistent. So consistency is also dependability, not only at one point of time. You should be a person who is trustworthy and maintain that consistency. When you are hardworking and smart working, have that consistency. So people should always look at your, have you seen people who are moody? They say, that fellow is moody, let us not go now. They come after some time. Women are sometimes moody. You got to train yourself to be consistent when you are on the job. Are we together? So even your boss should know that there is no mood swing in you. Your name should never appear under the list of one of the people who are moody. No. Never be moody. Even if you are moody, try to put up and catch up and tell, there is a powerful thing that I always do. When I'm sometimes clogged with certain things, I tell myself, to reinforce, Milka, don't do this. I tell it myself. And if I have to be in time for somewhere, I'll tell Milka, be there on time. So I'm instructing myself. So when you're moody, you tell yourself what? Milka, don't be moody. If you're a woman, you tell yourself, use your name and tell, don't be moody. You will change. That's the power of psychology. Are we together? Don't wait for someone, a motivational speaker, who will come and tell you that you will become a camel, but you are a rat now. Those are short-lived. That hype will be there only for that moment. It's like fundraising Sabbaths. That the pressure to give is only for that divine service. After that you regret. Even while you are eating food, you regret. I shouldn't have done that. But the preacher was too emotional. Impulsive. You got to be consistent. Are we together? So that is very important. And it is, I'm just giving you ways how you can exit your employment mentality. Are we together? So when you are an employee, you behave like a boss. Be productive like a boss. And this is in business terms, there's a technical term called intrapreneur. Learn that expression or that word today if you had not heard about that word before. What is that called? Intrapreneur. There is another word, entrepreneur. Entrepreneur is a risk taker, a businessman, entrepreneurs. So if you behave like a businessman within the job, you become what? Intrapreneur. 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 So, when you become an intrapreneur, chances for you to get out of employment and become a full-time successful entrepreneur is very high. Why? Because God has put you on that job for you to learn these lessons that I'm telling you. To be consistent, to not to be moody, to be creative, to be more dependable, to be smart thinking and working, to be more hardworking. All these you will have to put in practice from day one. When you do that, you will climb up so fast without other people's annoyance, without other people's jealousy. Are we together? That is crucial and that is very important. So be consistent. Don't be moody. People should always look at you as a solution provider. And when I say consistency, I need to tell this. Some of us, we become problem highlighters. Problem highlighters. What do you mean by problem highlighters? If you're an employee, every time they sit in a meeting, you always come out with what? Problems. You say, that thing is leaking. You are a problem highlighter. It is as if you have a magnifying glass in your hand. Every time you go to a meeting, you go with that magnifying glass and tell people and your boss how bad things are. Never do that. Never do that. When problems are there, you as an Adventist, you got to be a solution provider, not a problem highlighter. Are we together? Don't go with a magnifying glass and say, see how big the problem is, see how bad that person is, see how pathetic this business is. Don't. Instead, you got to be an entrepreneur. If you are an entrepreneur, what would you do? Do that when you are an employee, you become an entrepreneur. So when people find value in you, promotions will be automatic, your increments will be automatic. And being consistency, there is also another thing that I wanted to tell you. When you get your first job, or when you got this job, whatever you're doing right now, imagine how your enthusiasm was the first month. Do you remember that? But now that enthusiasm is not there. That commitment is not there. Maybe when you get a contract after the probation, as you say, that commitment, that enthusiasm, that involvement, that commitment is not there. You're not being consistent. In fact, your enthusiasm and your involvement must get stronger each and every day, because you know the organization and the institution that you belong to better than what you knew before. Are we together? So it should only give you more strength. Strength from strength. And then, see, these are not world lessons, I'm telling you. All these are biblical lessons. I don't want to sermonize this. That's the reason I'm not giving you scriptures. Are we together? So all these are biblical. So you and I, we need to be consistent. That same enthusiasm that you had when you got the first month's salary, it should be there even stronger now. That is what would take you to another bigger level, either within the organization or outside the organization. Are we together? So at the end of the day, we need to be very clear about what we want. Okay? So when you know what you want, it will help you to be consistent. Then the last point that we saw was what? Find out dependability and reliability. Now, when I say dependability and reliability, let me put it this way, very straight, and I think we'll have to jump to the next point. We are running out of time. When we talk about the dependability and reliability, one statement I will make, and I'm sure you will understand it. If you are an employee somewhere, and if your boss always thinks about you for any task that he wants to get it done, that you have achieved. Where? Dependability and reliability. But if you are seeing that nobody is calling you for any responsibility, and your boss is always calling other people, and you get to know only later, you're out of that. Are we together? So, to have that dependability and reliability, have a consistent communication with your boss always. You may have somebody in between you and the one who is a decision maker. Don't appear as you are stepping on this guy's head. But you should, one way or the other, you should have a way to connect to someone who is going to take you to another level. Are we together? Let me give you one classic example from the scriptures. We know Joseph. Where was he? In the prison, in dungeon. From dungeon, he went straight to be the what? Prime minister. I would say he was a de facto pharaoh. Because the Bible says the Pharaoh knew nothing other than what he was eating. Am I right? And it says everything was in his hands and God prospered Joseph. So, Joseph was consistent. He was dependable. Are we together? So, have that connection. And you should always be there, be available every time. And you should not say, oh, for this salary, this is enough. I'm sure most of you would have thought about it. Am I right? For this kind of a salary, this is enough. What I'm actually doing is more than what I'm paid for. No. Come out of that mentality. If you're in that mentality, you will stay in that situation forever. Or you will only go down. You will never come up. So, you need to overhaul your attitude first of all. Be more dependable. Be more reliable. Are we together? People should know. You know, I remember one of my bosses used to say, if you give to Milka anything, you can just forget it. He will get it done. What come may. Yeah, I was a soldier. Meaning like, I was like a soldier in behavior. And I also expect my employees to be like a what? A soldier. You can't, we put a lot of emotions there when you are an employee. I'm still talking about the employee mentality. To climb up and to see a great breakthrough in your life, you'll have to exit the employee mentality. Sometimes you go to your boss and tell him, you see, I suffered a lot. I had malaria. I had even quartum. You see, even a cannula on my whatever. What are you trying to say? Are you trying to get sympathy from your boss? Sympathy will not give you promotions. Sympathy will not give you increment. Sympathy will not give you success in life. Am I making a point there? So never and ever try to gain sympathy with your problems. Oh, my Jaja is so sick. She can't even breathe. She's breathing through her lungs, through her nose now. Yeah, so what? That should not affect your job. So that is not being reliable. That is not being consistent. That is not being dependable. Are we together? So we need to have that very clearly in our mind, such that we exit that employee mentality. Are we together? Can you still hear me? All right. Then the last point. What did I say? Oh, that was the last point. So I think I will club in the next one. So managing time. Have you seen the managing time there? How to manage your time, whether you are an employee in an organization. Now, how can you manage your time if you are a business owner, whether it's a small business or a big business? How do we manage time? Now, all the other criteria that I gave you before, it is associated with being employees. Now, you may have a small business. It could be a small grocery shop, or it can be a small a butchery, or it can be a small, you can even convert your home into a selling place. You may sell clothes, you may sell shoes, anything. It can be a small business. Am I right? Yeah? How many of you are into small business? Small business. Good. Okay, just two of you. Let me also, just by show of hands, how many of you are employed? A good number. So I think I've covered most of the essentials as an employee. Are we together? Now, as we saw before, We need to open up multiple streams of revenue. I told you that. I will come to that. If you are running a small business, now the most important thing that you need to do is to plow back your investments. Many times I've always heard people say this: we don't have capital. Am I right? How many of you think that a lot of capital is required to do business? Okay, I can bust that myth. Money is not at all required for business. I can be very clear about that. Money is not at all required to do business. Now, I'll make this statement, have it deep in your mind. To make the first 10 million in life is the hardest. To make the first 10 million is the hardest. To make the first 50 million, you will go through fire. Write it somewhere. You will appreciate it tomorrow. To make the first 10 million is the hardest. To make the first 50 million, you may have to go through fire. To make the first 100 million, you will almost bury yourself. In other words, you will almost die to get your 100 million. All these are the first. The first 10 million, the first 50 million, the first 100 million. Once you achieve the 100 million, getting your 500 million, after achieving the first 100, getting your next 500 million is one night sleep. Is one night sleep. I'm going to explain that. When you achieve your first 500 million, acquiring the second billion, the 2 billion, will be an evening walk. After achieving the first 500 million, getting your 2 billion is what? Is an evening walk. When you get your 2 billion, getting 10 billion is from your bed. Am I with you? Am I with you? I will explain that. I told you, to get the first 10 million is what? It's like walking on a sunny afternoon barefooted, and you're walking on thorns. Getting the first 10 million, oh my God, as prophet, it's the hardest. To see the 10 million in your bank account, you know, okay, to see the first 10 million, my dear, I'm talking about from the business. Are we together? Are we together? Getting the 10 million from business and seeing the 10 million in your bank account, that's a sweat off your face. Now, the moment you get your 10 million, that is where your wisdom is required to use that 10 million to get the next 50. What did I say it is? What did I say it is? Walking through fire. Hey, that 50 million. To see that 50 million in your bank account, you will have to walk through what? Fire. The moment you see the 50 million in your bank account, to use that 50 million to get your 100 million back into the account, what is that? You may die. You may die. Let me explain these three first. Most of us, we want to achieve the 2 billion. Am I right? How many of you don't want to be a billionaire? Who don't want? Me, I don't want. Which means all of you, you want to be a billionaire. Well, she doesn't want. Why did you come today? You could have enjoyed time with your family. Okay. That was a joke. But she also in the heart, she wants what? But the problem with us is, we don't want to go through the 10. We don't want to go through the 50. We don't want to go through the 100. But we want what? Let's try to understand. What would give you the 500 million? From 100 to 500 million. What should you do? How will you get it? You will have to? No. Look at the rule there. The 100 million you may die. But to get the 500? Okay. No, you go back to the rule. Get the rule. You may get it in one night. Now, let me go step by step. To get the first 10 million is the hardest. What makes it harder? Moving from 0 to 10 million, it takes you through the test of patience. It takes you through the test of perseverance. All the lessons that we learned before. Are we together? Now from 10 to 50, I said you'll go through what? Fire. Why fire? That is a time when you may even lose the 10 that you had in your hand. Are we together? Now, you have achieved the 10. Now your eyes are getting brighter. I am now moving to what? 50. Just at that time, even the 10 that you found in your bank account, you have lost and you become what? 0. And it's like as if you're starting from what? 0. Now, what helps you to move to 50 are the lessons that you learned in the making of the 10 million. You become more dependable. You are consistent. You are not moody. You are trustworthy. You are smart thinking now. Are we together? Now, but the moment you achieve the 100 million, you have already gone to, you see, from 50 to 100, you almost what? Die. It could be life-threatening. You have lost your sleep. There is no appetite. Every time you're thinking about your business, you're always strategizing, writing, tearing papers, You're taking the calculator, making calculation. You open up the Excel sheet, you do everything. You come to a point where you have given up completely. I said, hell, let me go back to what? Employment. Many people, they abandon businesses when they go through the journey from 0 to 10 million itself. That is the reason why many of our businesses in Uganda, they don't even see the first year anniversary. Are we together? You see, I gave you some examples. You wanted to do bricks Along the way, you started now a school. Then as you are contemplating to do a school, someone tells you you can start selling shoes. You get the point? All these happen between 0 to 10 million. Many people give up. For people who are weak-hearted, for people who are weak-spirited, for people who are not, consistent and who cannot persevere, business is not for you. Business is not for you. You better remain as an employee and become an entrepreneur throughout your life, not an entrepreneur. Are we together? Because the difference between entrepreneur and an entrepreneur is this. Being an entrepreneur, you're riding on the risk of someone else. Are we together? Because it's not your money anyway, even if it is not going to work. It's not your money, but you're just gambling with your strategies. So you tell your boss, do this. He goes and gets himself knocked. Then you say, okay, sorry, let's do this way. It's not your money, it's your boss' money. But when you are an entrepreneur, you can't afford to lose your money. Are we together? But at the same time, I would say, an entrepreneur will be successful only when he is ready to even become bankrupt. I think you didn't get that point. An entrepreneur is one, or an entrepreneur will always be successful only when he or she has the guts to even face bankruptcy. If you can't face that kind of life, business is not for you. Are we together? Business is not for you. So, one thing that you need to do is to understand where you fall. Okay? So, when you reach your 50 million, getting your 100 million is what? You will almost die. You want to give up everything. Many times, people, they divorce their spouses in that journey between 50 to 100. Have you seen that? It is so pathetic. The wife is becoming impatient. She tells and abuses the husband, or the husband abuses the wife. Look at what you have done. You have squandered all the 50 million. Now you have come to zero. Finance and romance go together. When there is no finance, there is no. When there is no romance, there is no. That's the reality of life. But when there is no finance, when you crave for romance, something is wrong with you. Am I right? Between husband and wife, if the husband tells the wife at the dining table, my dear, my bank balance is negative. You are the one to wash the utensils that night. She will tell you, wash. Anyway, that is for another day. Romance and finance. But my point here is this. To move from 50 million to 100 million, you may almost give up your life. Many Ugandans, or I would say, let me not be generic, anyone who is not going to be successful in business, they give up and run away between 0 to 10, most of them. 80% of them, they quit between 0 to 10. They say, me, I thought business is easy. Who told you? Let me go back to my employment. And you put on your handbag again and then you're going back. Say, oh, I've come back. What happened to your matoke? We ate everything. 80% of them, I mean, you may fall under that, but it is time to think. 80% of them, they give up between 0 to 10 million. They don't want to suffer. They don't want to go through pain. Then another 10% will drop between 10 to 50. Three percentage will drop from 50 to 100 because it's almost killing them. The most dangerous part of business. 5% reach the 100. 5% reach the 100. Now, what did I tell you? From 100 to 500? It's a one night sleep. Why do I say that? In other words, when you get the 100 million, when you wake up in the morning, you can get what? How? Now, people look for you because you are the elite 5%. Are we together? You have gone through everything. You are known in the business world that you are not a person who would easily give up. People are watching you. Businesses will come during the night when you are asleep. I'm not just telling you stories. I have experienced it, I'm telling you. There are times I have seen, let me tell you, even in Uganda, I have gone bankrupt. I'm telling you. I still have that ATM's, the receipt as a testimony. 40 shillings was there in my, I'm telling you, I took a printout. And I have even uploaded into my Google. Sometimes, I may lose it. 40 shillings. I've gone through that. No money. But people might think, oh, this guy is big. But I had what? 40 shillings in the bank account. But you should have that drive and say, no, I'm not giving up. So when you're consistent, and the moment you tell your business peers, your suppliers, your clients, oh, I am suffering, you're finished. You got to post as if you're okay. Let the 40 remain as 40. There was a time, I think in 2018, I was doing so many businesses. One fine day, I looked at my computer, I was checking my mails. From nowhere, somebody from Bahrain had sent me a mail. They sent me, please, we need 100 civil workers. For each worker you send to Bahrain, we will pay you $1,200. Calculate now. I get $1,200 for one person. How many do they need? 100 people. Do you think it is hard for me to get 100 people from Uganda? If I just tell put one statement on the WhatsApp, 100 people will be lined up the next day. And how much will I gain? $120,000. Are we together? What did I put in? What was my investment there? Nothing. Only one WhatsApp message. Are we together? Dependably. All these are the trust that you had established when you went from 0 to 10, and from 10 to 50, and then from 50 to 100. I didn't even know this person. So I was inquisitive. I said, now, who are you? How dependable are you guys? I may send people from here, you may slaughter them that side. Then they told me, no, one of your business allies from Turkey, they had called us and told us that the one and only person in the whole continent who can be depended for this assignment is you. Eh? Somebody from Turkey calling someone from Bahrain, asking a Ugandan Indian to do business. Look at the reference there. Just because I was trustworthy with that Turkish guy. Are we together? If I had messed up, I would have lost this. Am I with you? Simple things matter. Simple things matter. One, the biggest weakness that I have as an individual, I can tell it to you openly, is my trust. I trust anyone and everybody just like that. On the other hand, my wife, she trusts no one including herself. I'm sure. And she knows. In business, if there is one thing that is uncommon between her and I, it's that. And let me tell you this. Sometimes it helps. I think 2021, 21, I brought in food items from Dubai. A whole 40-feet container with all assorted items for supermarkets. Like everything that a supermarket would have. Peanut butter, mayonnaise, ketchup, fryams, Lay's, you name it, about 34 different items. It costed me about, I think, $120,000, something like that. So the container came, before it arrived, somebody came to my office. And he told me, I heard that you import a lot of things. I said, yes. Is there something that's coming up? I can help you. I don't know this guy. He's just working inside my office. I told him, okay, what is the benefit that I would get with you? He told me, don't worry. I can play around and get your taxes reduced. I said, wow, that's good. I told him, okay, just go ahead. And I gave him $4,000 as an initial amount on the spot. Just at the time when he was going out, my wife came in. I said, Who is he? Some friend. No. He doesn't look like your friend. Who is he? And she saw the voucher book on my table. What is this voucher? $4,000. For what? You mean you gave that guy $4,000? But I told her, yeah. It's okay, don't. No, that guy, he doesn't look good. I told her, now what is your problem? You don't want to trust anyone. You don't want me also to trust anybody. We need to work with human beings. Did I say that he is not a human being? That guy doesn't appear to be what? Trustworthy. And I said, did God tell you along the way? She said, I don't know, but he doesn't look trustworthy. I said, it is okay, no problem. This time, we'll see. The container came, and I got a tax assessment from URA. 137 million. I almost lost my breath. I called this guy. I told him, what the hell have you done? This container, if I pay 137 million, I will not be able to sell anything. I'll have to mark up these taxes, and who will buy from me? Already buyers are ready. I was almost just transferring the container to them, get my money. But with this tax, how will they buy? He said, okay, what you do, we will do something. Okay, you give me another 40 million. I will go and tweak something, and then I gave him 40 million. The guy went. First day, second day, third day, fourth day, first week, second week. Every time, doctor, don't worry, it's all in the process. I'm at your what, everything is done, don't worry. It was 1 month. My wife, where is your container? It's at ICD. Doing what? I told her, please, I'm already in trouble. I told you that you will be in trouble. Your problem is you trust everybody. I'm telling you, I lost close to around 80 to 90 million in that transaction. Completely. And when the container came, good enough, I had the network. Within 4 days, I liquidated everything, but at a loss. Because I got the consignment after 2 months sitting at ICD, so I had to even pay demurrage. Those days in 2021, you remember that it was during lockdown. I was driving a truck because cars were not allowed. Like a mad fellow, I was running around with the ICD to clear. One container gave me enough headache. One container. Used to import containers. Some of the industrial chemicals, I import about 10 containers every month. So, lesson here that is learned. So what I'm trying to say is, it doesn't mean that when you are okay, you will master everything. But that is coming through experience also. So you may think that you are wise, but some devil will come like this and then he'll floor you down completely. So I had to change everything and come out of that. So what I'm trying to say is, we need to have that efficiency and consistency and smart working, all these put together. Okay? Have you understood? Yes. Lesson number 2. Law number 2. The first law is the law of time. Second law, it's a very interesting law. This is the most important, as I said. Acquire a skill. Acquire a skill. Acquire a skill. Excuse me. For those who want to start businesses, we can call it startups or the fresh startups. Startups are not wrong, but fresh startups. If you are, like say, for example, you want to start business, okay? You want to start business. And from nowhere you want to begin. And the first thing, and the strong statement that I want to make is, never do a business that you do not know. Never do or think of doing a business that you do not know. So the solution is this: acquiring a skill. So what does that mean? How does that help? It's very simple. Now, when you are beginning to invest, all of us, we need to have a skill. One skill or the other. Skills are different from talents. I want to make that very clear. You may be talented, but you may not be skilled. So what is a skill? Let me give you an example. My brother here, he has a skill of setting up. Not only setting up, maybe the professional way of giving you an output. I can set up also, but you may not get output. I'll connect everywhere. I may not get the what? Output. A skill is something that you know. Number one, how to do. Okay. First is how to do. What to do. Number 3, when to do. The 3 W's. What to do, how to do, and when to do. Okay. Now, these 3 question tags, what to do, how to do, when to do, But you should know something to do. Am I right? You can't say, I know how to do. How to do what? Nothing, but I know how to do. That's like becoming a mulalu. How to do, what to do, when to do. Skill is extremely important. You know, Uganda, I always say this, one thing that frustrated me, the education industry in Uganda, and I forsook it completely, is because of one. Education industry in Uganda is highly corrupt, number one. Number two, we don't know what you are doing. Some years ago, when I was heading a university, I had, the current state minister for education, who was the then minister for education, Dr. John Chrysostom Oyingo. He's a good friend of mine, and we had an open talk. And I was doing some project for him, personal project, along with this institution, SETA. So along with that, we used to have some casual talk, and at one point of time, I told him, Honorable, Uganda will never prosper. He was shocked. Sebo, do you know what you're talking about? Yes. Now you are the minister. You have something to do about it. Because then he was the full cabinet minister for education. So I told him this. Uganda can never become a knowledge economy. You know, actually that really frustrated him. We had a very strong discussion about this, and then later on, I don't know what he thought in his mind. After 2 months, he called me, and he told me that I should address the African Development Bank. There was some consortium here in Uganda, and I addressed the same theme, and he told me, tell your story to them. I'm just telling you what he told me. Now you tell your story to them. Go. So he gave me an opportunity to speak about the same topic. So what I'm trying to say is, Uganda can never be a what? A knowledge economy. I have my professor here, but he might differ, but that is the truth. Let me substantiate it, since you are here. Now, in Uganda, we have about 63 universities. Okay, 63 around there. But confirmed 63, it may be beyond that. Makerere University, on a yearly basis, they graduate close to 13,000 to 14,000 students. I have this complete statistics. Chiambogo, they also graduate about 11,000, 12,000 students every year. MOOBS, mercilessly, they also graduate about 7,000 students. KIU, ruthlessly, they also graduate close to 9,000 students. Now, you add up these figures, 14,000, 11,000, 12,000, 9,000. Leave alone the fragments for other universities, like Gulu University, Busitema, from our professor, Bishop Stewart, UCU, another place, Bugema. By the way, it should be in our list also. So all these put together, roughly we graduate, jokingly, about 120,000 students. You know, I'm a radical, by the way. I'm sorry. But you can take it and interpret it however you want. Around 120,000 students we jokingly graduate every year. Question, where are these fellows going? We have the most funniest degrees awarded in Uganda. Am I with you? The most funniest. Business computing application. All these are bachelors. Then you have journalism, mass communication. We have a handful of radio stations and TV stations, but not all of them employ people with the graduate of what? Graduation with the qualification, no. We have logistics, supply management, NGO finance management, NGO resource mobilization management. Now, NGO alone will have another 32 combinations. Are we together? But do we have jobs for all these kids? No. Let me give you one. There was a time I went to some restaurant and I was deep in my thoughts and I was making a few phone calls. And a lady came and she said, Sebo, what can I serve you with? I told her, serve me with whatever you want. I just came here to relax for some time. Just bring whatever. And she said, but sir, you need to tell me at least what you want to eat. Okay, I told her I am a vegetarian, so just give me something like vegetables. So she brought a plate of vegetables, and she was so cordial, so kind. Her English was good. And by the time she brought the salad, I composed myself, and I asked her, okay, what's your name? This, okay. Looks like you are educated. She said, yes. What's your qualification, if I may know, if I'm not intruding? She said, I have a BSc in statistics. I said, what? You have a BSc in statistics and you're at the table as a waitress? She said, yeah, what to do? I'm tired of applying for jobs. So I'll have to keep my life going, and all I need is 300, 350, so this job, it can give me that, at least I will live. I said, what? Then I told her, okay, this is my card. Send me your CV. I was impressed with her, whatever, approach, outlook, and things like that. More than anything, one thing I liked in her, she abandoned her qualification. She chose to be a waitress, at least for the life to move on. That is enough for me. I always evaluate attitude. I am least bothered about people's aptitude. Even if you're zero in your aptitude, I don't care. But as long as you show attitude, perfect. So she sent me her CV. I was shocked. See, she holds a distinction, professor in statistics. 4.38. 4.38. I said, God, how are you going to bless Uganda? And I called somebody. I told him, look, I don't know what you're going to do, but don't tell me no. I'm sending you somebody. Yeah, that's what I told him. He's a manufacturer somewhere. So since he was obliged to me, he said, okay, send. And now she is the chief data analyst of that factory. But what Uganda needs is not knowledge right now. What Uganda needs is what? Skills. We need the Bukalasas. We need the MTACs. Are we together? This is what the government must focus on. Let me give you another perspective. I was frantically looking for a TIG welder. There is no one to be found in the whole of Uganda. 2 days ago, I attended a conference by the ECOP, the oil and gas, whatever. They have openly said there is no one in Uganda who can help them in the scaffolding. Professor, scaffolding. Nobody. So now they are going to hire people from Cuba to do the what? You mean Ugandans can't do scaffolding? You mean Ugandans cannot weld? You mean Ugandans cannot do ginning? You go to Supreme Millers, 80% of them are imported labor. Even the top guys, the so-called finance guy, whatever you name it, they're all not Ugandans. So why the hell are we giving graduation, in Makarar University, whatever university, with the MSc in finance, MSc in whatever? Where are these guys going? You go to MTN, the top positions are from outside. They're all imported. You go to Airtel, all those top positions are imported. You go to EcoBank, the top positions are imported. DFCU Bank, top positions are imported. Bank of Baroda, top positions are imported. So why the hell are these fellows doing business here when Ugandans cannot do even small jobs? I hope you understand my aggression. We are becoming more stupid as a country, where we are putting all the money on developing knowledge and giving graduation, jokingly graduating thousands and hundreds of students, yet there is no skill down there. But when you go to China, let me give you one example. When you go to China, or when you come to India is, of course, they have balanced, by somehow they have balanced it. It's both knowledge as well as skill-based economy. But China is not a knowledge-based economy. It is completely 100% it is a skill-based economy. In China, if you just put one small advert in the corner of China Post and say that you need mobile phone assemblers, you can fill 2 football stadiums full of people who know how to assemble mobile phones. That's the reason why China is growing. They don't import labor. No. They empower their people with the skills. Chinese are known for skills. They will come, look at, oh, what are you looking? No, I'm just saying, click, click, click. He sends it to China. The next day it is made. For you are struggling with your patent right, whatever. For him, he doesn't care. For us, we talk about copyright. For him, he has a right to copy. Chinese, I do business with them. I'm telling you, I've never seen anyone as aggressive as Chinese. Not even Indians are aggressive. My God, Chinese, the most aggressive people, and they are known for skills. Even we have doctors here. The injection that you have, the syringes, there is no factory in the whole of Uganda that makes syringes. The whole of Uganda, we don't have even a company that makes spokes for bicycles. In the whole of Uganda, there is no company or factory that manufactures even the hand bar for a boda boda. Even a hand bar, the spokes, everything is imported. But we have a lot of factories that are doing nonsense here. We can't even make a syringe as a country. That's why I'm telling you, what Uganda needs is what? Skills. If you have a skill, now it is an open invitation and also a request. As a church, each of you must know and acquire a skill. It can be anything. It can even be a simple plumbing. It can be even simple electronics. Let me tell you this. When I was doing my first degree, I'm so passionate about electronics. And right from my childhood, I can't go to bed without the smell of a soldering iron. If I do have nothing to do, at least I'll have to switch on the soldering iron, do something here, and then I'll have to sleep. Professor, I used to make amplifiers. When in 1993, 94, I was making home theaters. I'm a carpenter. I make these boxes. I can make a table. I can make a chair out of wood. Speaker boxes, you can't compete with me. And home theaters, in fact, I went to the extent of making my own PCBs. I buy the copper clad boards. I draw the circuits myself. I put holes. I buy the SMDs and all the solid state devices, the capacitors, the inductors, you name it. I make my own amplifiers. Even in my bag right now, there are amplifiers. I'm telling you the truth. And let me tell you that I made money. Those days, home theaters were not common. And I make home theaters with bass. If you're a heart patient, sure you will die. And if you bring a woman who's pregnant, definitely she is going to give birth. You listen to one song with my home theater system. Bass was powerful. I make my own digital signal processing. Even the circuits, it was my own skills. And I always tell this. It was my mother who was my greatest inspiration. Even when I was small, when there is a vacation between two classes, you finish your P7 and go to PA, whatever, P8 or what is S1. That holiday, she can't allow me to sit quietly at home. No. She'll send me, acquire a skill. This is common for most of the Indian families. In fact, I have a higher grade in typing. You know, those days we didn't have this big computer, laptops or whatsoever. But in my house, we had a typewriter. I have a higher grade certificate in typing. I can outnumber most of your speeds in typing. Those days it was common. Industrial training, skill development. So I learned electronics. But that was not my life. Are we together? I don't have an electronics shop. But that helped me at one point of time. Even now, whether I go to the factory, whatever, nobody can fool me talking about the PNP sensors, NPN sensors, hydraulic pumps, pneumatic. Nobody can fool me. Why? Because I have a skill. Are we together? So, all of you, without exception, irrespective of your age, you must acquire skills. At least one skill you must know. At home, even at home right now. I am the plumber. I am the electrician. I am the carpenter. We don't get anyone else. My wife will tell on a Sunday, this tap is leaking, that is leaking, this toilet thing is leaking. We go buy some things, come, I have all the tools. The wrench, you name it, everything is there. The electric cutter, the drill, the jigsaw, everything is there. Where do I get the time? You'll have to make time. Are we together? Acquire a skill. And when you acquire a skill, initially that can also help you to start your business. Like how it helped me. Electronics, I made money. I really made money. If you come and listen to one song in my home theater, you can't go out without booking another. Those days. It made money. I made money. And a premium. And I know this was, since I make everything myself, it costed peanuts. And I used to sell it at 500% profit. Yeah. Without any shame, with all my guts, I can tell you 500%. I used to make profit. Because even the timber I buy, MDF. And I have my own software. Put everything on the software. The software will give me the dimensions. Port, vent, everything. Skill. It gave me money. So it helped me start somewhere. Now, when I started with that money, with that skill, it also helped me to know how to do business. Are we together? Because you can't go and figure out what you're doing. You should know what you're doing first of all. Are we together? So, acquiring a skill is important. Now, there are two types of skills, hard skills and soft skills. There are two types of skills, hard skills and soft skills. Now, what I'm talking about is a hard skill. Now, say for example, some of you, you may have some inclination towards numbers, finance, or say data, okay, data analytics. And you, even if you're so good in Excel, it's a skill. Are we together? Even if you're, most of us, we use Excel sheet only to, I don't know for what you use. Excel is a very powerful application, very powerful. And in fact, one of our business training institution, we make money out of Excel. And for every training, we charge them $500, $600 for one person. We teach what? Excel. And we only give lucrative names. Advanced Excel, data analyst, data scientist. They say, okay, we also want to be a what? Data scientist. What do we teach? Excel. 3 days. So, that is also a what? A skill. People are very good in research analysis using Stata, R, Python, skill. Web designing, skill. Java programming, skill. Very easy. If you spend, let me put it this way before I get there. If you put in 1 hour on a skill, if you put in 1 hour practicing a skill, you can be an expert within 6 months. 1 hour. But if you put in 4 hours every day for 1 year, you will be the country expert. You mark my words. Write it somewhere. If you work on a skill for 1 hour, for 6 months you will be an expert. But if you put in how many hours? 4 hours for how many hours? For how many days? For 1 year, you will be the what? The country expert. Now, when I say this, you may think, is it possible? Try. I'm giving you examples. Assume you want to be a footballer. Don't you think that is a skill? It is a skill, right? Practice how many hours? 4 hours. For how long? 1 year. Let me bet you, you do that meticulously, you will be the country expert. If you put in 8 hours on a skill for 1 year, you will be the world best. These are unwritten rules, my brothers and sisters. Don't think that I'm giving you myths and whatever, assumptions. No, these are not assumptions. These are laws of acquiring skills. These are laws of skills. If you want to be a web programmer, website designing, spend 1 hour for how many months? 6 months, you will be an expert. But if you spend 4 hours for the next 1 year, you will be the country expert in web programming. These are not myths. These are not assumptions. These are laws of skills. If you want to be a guitarist, have you seen fellows are now enjoying guitar, drums, whatever. Assume you want to be a guitarist. Spend how many hours? 1 hour. For how long? 6 months. You will be an expert. You can start playing here. But if you play for 4 hours for 1 year, you will be the country expert. You will be the best guitarist of the country. You want to play piano. Play for 1 hour every day. For how long? 6 months. You will start playing hymnals here. 6 months. But that commitment of 1 hour every day, the discipline of 1 hour is required. But if the same piano or the keyboard you play for 4 hours, for how long? You will be the. These are laws of skills. Assume that you want to be a finance guru. Work on the P&L list, P&L account, profit and loss account. Do the balance sheet. Do the accounts every day. Spend 1 hour. You will be an accounting expert in half a year, 6 months. Spend 4 hours reading about finance, working on finance, reading the financial reports, working on the figures, working on the ratios. Do all this for 4 hours for the next 1 year. You will be the finance guru of this country, I can bet you. As simple as that. These are laws. There is a huge difference between laws and assumptions. These are laws of skill. So the second is what? Skill. Acquire a skill. And as I told you, kindly don't start a business that you do not know. You will be finished. All your money is gone. Let me give you one example before I go there. Some years ago from Kampala Central Church, few elders came to me. And they said, we need your advice. I said, okay. I think they were about 5 elders. They came to me and they said, we have bought land in Zimbabwe. That's good. How many acres? We have about 50 acres. Good. What do you want to do? We have decided to. You have decided to do what? Fish. You know the inland fishing. You dig hole, then you do whatever you want, you put fish there. Fish ponds. They said we have planned to do about 20 fish ponds. I said, okay. So what do you want me to do? No, we want you to help us in the financials. I told them, okay. Based on what? No, but we want to have a business plan. Okay, no problem. But I asked them, before I do your business plan, how many of you among the 4 know something about fishing? They said, we don't know. But we have one fellow who is a graduate in fisheries. He'll be there 24/7 and he'll take care of all our fishes. And we are going to have harvest. Do you know, elder, do you know what? One fish can be sold for 30,000. Okay. Made a note of that. So how big is your pond? Made a note of that. How many the fishlings, the things are going to you put inside each pond? Okay, this number. What is the cost? Okay. I got, as a finance, whatever, I got all my data. So they said, okay, there is always a mortality rate, everything I computed, and I told them, okay, in one pond, you will get 120 million for a year. Oh, their eyes were sparkling. 120 million per pond in a year. After how many months, all those things, there is always a cycle, because it takes about 4 months, 5 months for some fish to grow, and then by the time you go around, then this pond is ready for harvest. You harvest, you sell it, the next month this one, it's a cycle. So kind of an integrated farming. I told them, look, I have done my work and I will give you what you want, but let me caution you. Somewhere in my mind it says that you may not succeed in this business. He said, now, elder, what are you telling? I told you, yeah, you may not. Why? Number 1, none of you know fishing. You know only to eat. Number 2, none of you guys are going to be there. You have depended on a fishery graduate. Very good, from Jinja. He has already managed fish, everything. So, after some time, I don't know if someone is there doing fish, I'm sorry, but think about it. So, after some time, I just left them there, because I think after that they also didn't want to do anything with me, because I was quite negative about the whole business. So they said, when you go to this fellow, this fellow is not going to clap hands for you. So let's ignore this guy and keep moving. Later on, after 1 year, I was in the church. I met a few people, and then one guy told me, Mukade. But this guy does not know the history. The history of these guys who came to whatever, he doesn't know anything. So the guy comes out of nowhere and he says, Mukade, I feel sorry for those guys. Yeah? I asked him, what happened? And the guy told me the whole story. You see, they bought 50 acres. They put in all the 4 fellows. They put in money. They went to Zimbabwe, bought 50 acres. Really? So they dug holes. They brought someone from somewhere who knew everything about fish, and he can command the fish to go from here there. He knows. He even named all the fish. He can call them by names. Okay. Hey, okay, good. So what? I knew all this story. I was only interested to know what happened later on. So okay. So you see, everything went on well. They even went to Jinja, bought those fingerlings. What do they call? Fingerlings. What? All those things. Everything was okay. Okay, what happened? So, but the problem is, one day the guy from Jinja, he calls them and he says, everything is ready for harvest. You just bring the reefers. Reefers is the container with what? The refrigerated whatever. So these guys, they were excited. Oh, really? How many trucks? 4. You bring 4. Refrigerated trucks, the harvest anytime. And I want you guys to be there at the time of harvest. So these elders also, in their cars, they took their wives, some children. They all went to where? To Zimbabwe. And some of them, they even went with some cameras to see live, live telecast, how they are. They are harvesting their fish. That can be a very good viral YouTube video. So everything was set. So this guy, the so-called fish manager, he whistled the fish. He said, okay, now you can put the net. They put the net and they took everything. All that they got was tadpoles. Do you know tadpoles? Have you seen tadpoles? The baby is for the frogs. Now, there is a miracle. How come you put fish and now it has turned to what? Tadpoles, like water turning to wine now. Fish turned to tadpoles. What a miracle. In fact, that YouTube but have definitely gone viral now. They didn't even have the mind to come and tell me, Sebo, what you told me was, because they were so ashamed. I told them, look, none of you guys have any idea about what? Fish. And number 2, you can't run a business where you're not there. And this is your startup. Many people think that they have money and they can operate the business through what? A remote. You may have a supermarket and you say, hey, my Muko is there. Your Muko is going to become rich. For you have finished your business. You are now in the process of 0 to 10 million. Are we together? A business, when you are starting a business, if you are not there, forget that business. Whether you are doing charcoal, firewood, I don't care. A business where you are not there, forget that business. And whoever is managing their business, you just write a document and tell them, Sebo, this is your business, run it. It's as simple, because that nothing is going to come from that business. You may have a farm with the goats, and every week you're crying, and the guy is very good. He says, we are going to spray. You send 120. Next month, it is raining. We are going to spray. Then you send another. How much? And he gives you funny name. It is called albendazole Milka. Oh, okay. That's a chemical, albendazole Milka. He adds your name also, so you forget. So you say, so he says that is a spray medicine. For you don't know anything about albendazole Milka. You have never gone to the container village. You don't know what kind of worms are there in your farm. But he only, you send 120. Then you send 120. So you have sent 120. Another 120. Now he says, it is time for weeding. How much? 200. You send another 200. And then he calls, we are going to harvest. How much do you want? Another 100. Now, you are not there at the time of harvest. You are busy in Kampala. Monday he says, we got 300,000 after selling whatever we harvested. But for spraying milk and Albandas or Milka itself, you have spent a lot of money. Am I right? Now you wonder, now what am I going to do? I thought I will get some money from my maize, from my beans. You want to do business through what? Remote control. And you don't know anything about maize. He says, there are UPDF worms there. UPDF worms? He gives a new name for army worms. For you, you are even busy calling people from UP. Is there something called UPDF worms? No, Sebo, who told you? But you send money to spray for the UPDF worms. This is how our businesses die every day. Acquiring a skill is extremely important. Third is build network. Build network. Build network. Now, each of us we have, I'm sure most of you may have at least one phone with you. Each phone, I think it has a capacity, if you have a SD card or what it is, infinite number of contacts. If you want to do business or for your personal growth, find out how many out of the contacts you have can help you directly and indirectly. Make a ledger. If I have my phone, I can start from A. What's this person? Okay. Is he useful or useless? He's useless. Okay. Next. That name. Albert. Albert, is he useful or useless? He is useful. Write his name. Go one by one and find out how many in your contact list could help you directly or indirectly, either in your personal growth or in your business growth. My simple logic is this. I tell this, people who are useless, why don't you delete their numbers? It's as simple as that. People who are useless, you see, this one is useless. Delete. Why should he occupy your space? Your SIM card space. This one is not useful. He is also not useless, but is harmful. Delete it once and for all. See, why should you have contacts of people on your phone who is not going to affect your life positively? You get what I'm saying? I have, some time back, my son was going through and he said, Daddy, you have funny names here. What are those names? You have Pineapple Sonia, Pineapple Albert, Pineapple Azim Sive. What are those? Those are my suppliers who are selling, who grow pineapples and we buy from them. You get what I'm saying? Now, there are people whose names are like Tilapia. Grace Tilapia. I was even trying to remember, who is this Grace and Tilapia? Okay. These are the people who are growing tilapia. Delete. Build network, positive network. Establish contacts of people who can positively. It doesn't mean that always people should give you money. No. Am I right? who can positively impact your life by giving you a positive orientation or a positive outlook of life, giving you a lot of positive ideas, crank your engine. Those are the people whom you should have. Are we together? Huh? So I think that is also a very big assignment that each one of you have. Go through your phone book. Find out who can help you, who cannot help you. Categorize them. People who can help, make a separate list. Are we together? Some time back I was in Barara University. And whenever I go there, those kids, they always say, Elder, you're not going home without talking to us about business. I said, okay. Last time we had a business talk that went up to 2:30 in the morning. We started at around 7. It went up to 2:30 in the morning. We spoke. So one boy, he stood up and he said, Elder, I'm tired of this church. I said, why? What is happening? He told me, Elder, I told people that I'm doing some transport services. I have 2 cars. But nobody is making use of that. Instead, they are only talking about me, how I got those cars. What do? I told them, look, mistake number 1, telling your church what you're doing. He was like, Elder, what are you saying? Yeah. If you think that your church is not going to help you in what you're doing, why do you even tell them? Just go and sing songs and go. Go tell Happy Sabbath to everybody, shake hands, eat your beans, and then you go. Am I making sense? Am I making sense? Why should you volunteer to tell a network or a group which is not going to help you? Are we together? I'll give you one crazy thing. At one point of time, I was planning to export gold. You get the point? Now, if I tell you before, forget about this meeting, and we are talking business, I'm talking business. If I had told one of you I'm exporting gold, how will that help you? Or how will it help me by telling you that I'm exporting gold? Number 1, you are not a gold digger. Number 2, you don't know anything about gold. Then why the hell should I come and tell you that I'm exporting gold? Just keep quiet and keep moving with your stuff. Because by telling you, now you'll go and tell, do you know what? He's a smuggler. He's smuggling gold from Mubende. He goes to Kasese. He smuggles gold from there. He takes, and then he goes to Congo. He takes gold from, he smuggles. Elda. Wanangi. Am I with you? Does it make sense? You're not doing business for pride. You're not doing business for you to get more respect from your fellow church members who had not seen gold. Instead, you will invite a lot of problems. So that takes me to another understanding of what we are just speaking. Okay, this usually I do as a coaching for some senior executives in Uganda. The first lesson I take them through in coaching, we become coach for some CEOs. What I tell them is the first lesson I always tell them is communication. So there are 3 communication rings. I'm giving you free information. You're the children of God. You're my brothers and sisters. There are 3 communication rings. The first communication ring is people who are close to you. Okay? People who are very close to you. Second ring, they are called acquaintances. They are not friends, but they are acquaintances. Third ring is called the strange ring, where the strangers are. So the close, so when I say the first ring, they are your close friends and your family members. Second ring is acquaintances. Third ring, strangers. People, there are a lot of people who would say information is power, correct? Information is what? Power. But just because you have information, it doesn't mean that you can dish out to every Tom, Dick and Harry. Are we together? So, you need to have filters, virtual filters as a professional, as a manager, as a mature person. You should have virtual filters that would filter information that must go only to those who deserve it. Are we together? So let me put it this way. You can't go in a taxi and announce everyone how many children you have. You get it? You are in a matatu. Me, I have 10 children. The driver even brakes the car. What did you say? Who asked you? Are we together? That is a total nonsense. Stupid. I mean, information where you got to give is where you need to give. Filters. Are we together? Now, you can't be in a taxi and then you take a bunch of money. That is not your money. You're actually ferrying that money for someone. You want to show everyone, the fellow taxi passengers, fellow passengers, that you are rich. But if you have that much amount of money, you should have taken an Uber. Or you should have driven your own car. Why do you come in a taxi? And you want to show everyone that you have money. Virtual filters are required. Now, you may have your children. They are so dear to you. But when you are bankrupt, do you call in for a family meeting with your children and say, today I'm telling you, Daddy is bankrupt. We don't have money. Now, the moment you say this, that information, you see, children are notoriously innocent. When they go out to play, they will tell the whole neighborhood that my daddy is what? Today he even called me for a meeting and he has announced that he is what? Bankrupt. Even the next day, the housemaid even will not greet you in the morning. She has come to mop your floor, but she doesn't even look at you. This one, I'm even better. You got to know who should be given what information. Sometimes you are a boss. Information that you are supposed to retain to yourself, keep it. Information that you need to give it to your second line managers, give it to them, only that. There are privileged information that you must retain yourself as an individual. The same applies even in family. The twain shall be one. Who? The twain shall be one. What is that? In family. The husband and wife. But certain things you don't have to tell your wife. Certain things you don't have to tell your husband. Are we together? In relationship, okay, let me not jump. Okay. Did Abraham tell Sarai, look, tomorrow I'm taking our son and I'm going to slaughter him? If he had ever told Sarah, she would have slaughtered him that night itself. You are a Muse, you have finished your job. Leave me with my son. You want to slaughter my only son. He kept quiet. He didn't even tell the sacrifice that he is going to slaughter him. until he, even after he was putting him on the altar. Certain things, keep it to yourself. Things that would edify your relationship, tell only that. You don't have to be open with everything. That would cause a lot of chaos in the family. But at the same time, don't hide. For me, I know what I can tell my wife. With respect to business, is 100% transparent. She knows everything. I also know whatever. But if she had not come that way, and on that, I wouldn't have told her. Until my container got stuck there, then that's when I trust an old fellow. Are we together? Have a positive network. Now, you may do liquid soap. You can tell a few people in the church, if you buy liquid soap for your home, you can probably think of me, support me. I'll give you a good quality. Don't, just because he's a church member, don't give water. Add in a jerrycan more water for the liquid soap to be more liquid. You say, I told you liquid soap, I didn't say hard soap. Liquid soap should be liquid only. Are we together? Establish positive network that would help you. Ignore those networks of people who can't add anything or any value to you. Just delete them from your phones. Why should they unnecessarily stay on your phones? Just delete them. Make a ledger. Find out who can directly or indirectly help you. Are we together? That is very important. That takes me to the next step. Save money. Save what? Money. What is the language that money speaks? Please keep me with you. In Uganda, I think the saving culture is not very common. I'm not saying all of you don't save, but you may save, but it is not quite common. Saving is unheard of. Sometimes people say, but what is there to save? There is nothing that is left in my hand to even save. I'm just saving myself by spending. I'll give you a classic example. As I told you, as family, when I was growing up, one thing that was taught commonly in our families is this: our lifestyle will not expand based on our income. Are we together? Our lifestyles will not expand in line with your incomes. What do I mean by that? If you had ever visited me, say 14 years ago in my house, and if you come to my house now, my house remains just the same. Are we together? The same sofa, the same light, the same whatever. Are we together? Huh? People sometimes they say, Elder, why don't you buy those cars with 8-wheel drive? I tell them, for what? Instead of that, I would buy 2 machines. Or I would put up another business, 300 million. I can start another business. So it doesn't mean that we deprive ourselves of the comfort. Don't think that we are still embracing, you give yourself what you deserve. It doesn't mean that you should expand. What do I mean by that? You see, in Uganda, people build houses where they are not going to stay. Have you seen that? 4-bedroom house, 7-bedroom house. Can you even clean those 7 bedrooms? Am I making sense there? Recently I was talking to somebody. And that guy, of course, he's a rich guy. He's into trading. So I met him for some business. So the guy was telling me, do you know what, Milka? I just finished building a 8-bedroom house in Kira. I asked him for what? He said, you see, my children can come anytime. But where are they? They are in the United States. Do you think they are mad to come here? And even if they come here, they'll come here to see the elephants in Queen Elizabeth Park. See the elephants and they will go from there. Why should they come and stay in your house? And are you going to say that all your children are going to say, come and descend in Entebbe on the same day? Are we together? So they normally lock all those rooms. So outward, it's a big house. But for what? You're going to be alone with your wife. So we expand. Now say, for example, let me come to our reality. Assume that, okay, all of you have some house to stay. Whether it is rented or own house, whatever, correct? If you're renting a house and assume that your income per month is say 800, I'm just giving an example. You can put yourself into that example. Assume that your monthly income is 800 and you have rented a house for say 300, okay? And you're able to manage yourself within the 500, okay? From nowhere, you get an increment and your salary jumps from 800 to 1.5. Now, that is when you'll come home and say, this thing is leaking. Look at the bed, it is cramped. The stove, every time I turn, it is not turning on immediately. I'll have to use a candle every time I'm tired of sigiri. But this is what you've been using. Now, just because your income has increased, now you want the whole thing to be overhauled. You want to go to another house that is now going to cost you, say, 600,000. Am I right? Then you want a stove whereby you can stand and say, it's igniting. And you have seen, you went to another elder's house for some food, some whatever meeting. Then you saw the elder's wife using a stove with 4 burners. Then you tell, no, you see, we may cook everything at the same time. So let's look for a stove with 6 burners now. You want to outwin the elder. You get the point. But so far you've been using what? Sigiri. Shh, shh, shh. But now you want what? There is no harm. But even when you graduate yourself from one facility to another, let it be a reasonable one. Are we together? You're driving a car. Already you have a car. Fine. Now your income has increased by another 1 million. That is when you say, now these tires are always getting punctured. You see, when I drive like this, the car is going this side. But you've been driving this. So now you want to buy another car. Unless your car is a life-threatening device. Am I making sense? So what should we do? So my point is this. Assume if you are able to live normally with 800,000 and with whatever facilities you have, when there is an increment of income, throw that money where? In the bank. That must be your savings. learn to maintain that same lifestyle. Don't jump immediately and try to spend and increase your lifestyle based on your income. I'm coming to your point. Now, the savings will become your investment. Now, some people will ask me a question, but why should I save? Save for what? Huh? Saving is not to spend. Remember the language of the money? Yes. What does it say? Please keep me with you. So, when that increment comes, throw that money where? Into your account. Let me tell you this. There is always a joy seeing your bank account. By looking at your account, either you can get stressed or you can be happy. Whether you want to be stressed or happy, it's in your hands. Some people, they are there. They'll start accumulating some money in their bank account. When they see 4 million, they go and buy a car. Now the account balance comes to 0. And the day they buy the car, the following day the axle breaks. You don't have money to even repair it. Are we together? That is not how it works. Savings will always become investment. By the grace of God, I will tell you, I had never borrowed money. No. Never. It is only on one occasion I borrowed, but that was a calculated risk. I will tell you what it means for one of our businesses. But otherwise, whatever businesses I started, the money came from where? Savings. Because now, when you use your savings, whether it is loss or profit, it is you. Are we together? But if you borrow money and start your business, you're finished. You will only be working for the money lender. And you will always be stressed. Now, which one are you going to focus on? Are you going to focus on paying back your debt? Or are you going to go focus your attention on your business? On both sides, you are stressed. So, save not to buy liabilities. Save not to buy liabilities. Save to invest. Are we together? So now assume, say for example, assume you have saved, say, 5 million. And on a monthly basis, you need beans, whatever. Assume that you spend about 200,000 every month on food or more. Can't we buy 1 acre of land for 5 million in Uganda? We can, right? So that will become your investment. But buy a land where you can have the most trustworthy person to take care of your land. And again, you should know the basics of farming. You got to remember that. You need to know what it means to grow beans. So if you don't have land, at least grow beans in a bucket and see how it grows, what it requires, what insects and pests come and attack. Are we together? You need to have that basic idea. So can't you grow beans in 1 acre? And in the same 1 acre, can't you have a few plantain? Yes or no? My dear, do you know 1 acre is big? It's big. You can have your beans, and it's a seasonal crop every 3 months. You can grow maize. Cassava. Let me tell you, even if you have a trustworthy person to take care of your land and visit that place quite often, because that person also should know that you are around. And don't announce when you're going. These are small tricks that I'm just telling you. Don't say, "Bo, I'm coming, I'm on my way." The guy is somewhere and then he goes. Just go impromptu. Are we together? So the guy will know this guy can come anytime, my dear. So next time when he goes out, even when he goes to a toilet, he'll say, "Sebo, I'm going for a toilet, I will take 20 minutes. No problem." Do you see the logic there? That is a sense. So now when you buy that 1 acre for 5 million, your food is covered. So now that 200 that you used to spend on food becomes your savings. Accumulate that. This is the art of creating wealth. Have you understood? Not by borrowing money and then you do business, squander everything, you lose the capital, you lose the interest, you lose yourself, you lose your peace, you lose everything, then you go back with your bag and then go for employment. No. Your savings will become your investment. So if you want to start a business, even if you have 5 million, let your business be within the 5 million. Don't borrow. My humble request to you, my brothers and sisters, never and ever borrow money to do business. You will never win. Never. I'm using a word, never. Show me one person who borrowed money and he started a business and he's successful. You can never see them under the sky. That's why I carefully used something called calculated risk. I will come to that later. So, now assume, for example, now your food is taken care, right? Am I with you? Now, some of the food that you may have in excess, you will always find people who can buy them. Yes or no? Can't you sell maize? We can. Can't you sell excess beans? You can. Because these two things, even if you store, it is not going to get spoiled. We are not talking about tomatoes. We are not talking about Irish. Where you are under stress to sell it off. So be wise even when you plant. Are we together? So we need to have this in mind. So once you have that one, now look for another investment. Please, children of God, never borrow money, number one, and keep investing. Keep on investing. Save money, invest. So whatever money you get from that investment, you can squander. Now I'm coming to our jolly mind. Now you might say, but how about, should I always look like a beggar? No. You don't have to. Whatever money you get from these investments, you buy a very good suit. Are we together? So a portion of it can go still as savings, because your mind should always be to invest, keep on investing. So the money that you get out of the proceeds of investment, use it. Buy a nice sofa. Buy a good car. But that car should not be from your savings. It should come from your investment. I don't know if I'm making sense there. So until you reach that point, slog like a donkey. Work hard. And that will be a point of motivation for you to earn more, save more. Sorry. So, you may think that, to start a small business, you need a lot of money. No. You don't need money at all. Even if you have 1 million, you can still start business. Even if you have 500,000, you can still start business. Even if you have 10,000, let me tell you, you can still start a business. It all depends on how you know how to rotate that money. I'll give you one example. There is a lady who runs a cosmetic factory somewhere in Busega. I can't tell you the name because it's a good brand. She lost her father, who actually founded that company. So when the father died of COVID, the business was almost coming to a collapse, and she is my client. So she came to me and she said, "Doctor, I don't know what to do, but this business is going to collapse." I said, "Now, what is your problem? You'll have to tell me openly. Tell me exactly your problem. I'll tell you the strategies. Adopt it, you can't go wrong." So she came to me and she said, "Okay, say for example, I buy raw materials worth say 10 million, and I make say the jelly, what is that called, the jelly, petroleum jelly, whatever, and then I put everything in my car, I drive up to Iganga, I sell, and I come back." I said, "Okay." So I listened to all her stories. Then I told her this, "Okay, mistake number one, you're looking at a capital of only 10 million and you're using the same capital over a period of 1 full month." So I asked her, "Now, when you sell to these guys along the way from here up to Iganga, do they pay you or is it for credit, banja?" She said, "No, some people it's banja, but some people it is money. Cash." I said, "Okay, number one, stop going yourself to drop them. Use a taxi. Use a taxi, because you are now burning your fuel, number one. Number two, you are wasting your time when you are supposed to be at your factory. When you are a factory, if you are a manufacturer, concentrate on manufacturing, period. So if you have a good relationship with these buyers along the way, call them and tell them, as taxi is coming, they will drop you this at this time. Let them take the boxes from the taxi. You have saved money." Now I told her, number two, stop all the banja. Serve only those clients who are buying you from with cash. Now the advantage here is, I told her, look, when you say, for example, you put 10 million, listen to this very carefully. Whether you're a small business or whether you're employed, whether you're contemplating or doing a very small business, it doesn't matter, this will apply. Assume you put 10 million today. I talk about business cycle. What is this called? Business cycle. Business cycle is this: the time taken between putting in money and taking the money out. That is a complete cycle. Are we together? Now, when we talk about the business cycle, assume you put in 10 million today. If you are selling on banja, that part of money will come after 30 days. Or the credit period that you allow for that person. So it can be 20 days, it can be 30 days. So now, when you cut off all this, if you can bring, or you can bring closer your business cycle. So in other words, success for small businesses to keep the business cycle as close as possible. Are you understanding that? Keeping your business cycle as close as possible. So in other words, I told her, put the 10 million today. Manufacture that day itself. Don't wait for the following day. Don't manufacture for the following day. Don't expand your manufacturing. Why? Because you call people to do the manufacturing, pay them for 1 day, send them away. So in that case, you can produce whatever you want within 1 day, begin selling the following day. And now, as you begin to sell, you are not going there personally. You're putting everything on taxi. But your money comes on your mobile phone. So in other words, I told her this business cycle can be kept as close as 4 days. Listen to this very carefully. Your business cycle can be kept as close as 4 days. In other words, every 5th day you can manufacture. Am I with you? Now, how many cycles will be there in a month? Somebody is whispering that. Come on, say that. 6. Because every 5th day you are manufacturing. Your business cycle is what? 4 days. And you're selling strictly on cash, no banja. So she said, now, will I be able to sell all the 10 million within 4 days? Yes, it's possible. How? Now, say for example, if your profit margin is 20%, you tell your clients who are buying banja, tell him, you are ready to reduce the price with a margin of 10%, but it should be clearly cash. So every 4 days you're getting the 10 million in hand. 5th day you're putting that money, you're manufacturing. So you can do how many cycles? 6 cycles. What is the turnover? What is the turnover at the end of the month? 60 million. But what was your capital? 10. This is listening to money. This is what most of the Indians do. With a little money, they turn over. So by the end of the month, when you look at your sales, what is your sales? 60 million. But before, she was using the 10 million for the entire month. So her turnover at the end of the month will be still what? 10 million. But now if you keep your business cycle as close as possible, this is why I told you, rising from 0 to 10 million. Ooh. Are we together? Now, it is a pleasure to see 60 million turnover at the end of the month. But what was the money that you had in your hand? 10. But your turnover, you turned over 10 million 6 times, and your turnover is what? 60 million per month. Just make a rough calculation. If the same prevails, what would be the turnover for the whole year? 720 million. Are you able to understand the multiplier effect here? Now you can say that you are almost a billionaire. Because your yearly turnover is how much? But what was your capital? Thank you very much. Now, one thing you need, and I used to play this very carefully, even in all my businesses. Every money that I get, I throw it in the bank. You get the point? When I take a bank statement, the 60 million, when the banks know, but the bank will not know that you're playing around with what? 10 million. But they have seen you what? Turning around 60 million by the end of the month. For the whole year, how much have you turned over in the bank account? 720 million. But what was your money? 10 million. Now you go to the bank at the end of the month, at the end of the year. The bank will welcome you. And you tell him, look, this is my statement. I want to grow my business from 700 million to 7 billion. Can you lend me 200 million? Are we together? Now, by the time you have learnt everything about the business. Now, let me also caution you. It is not, you can't take it for granted that you will turn over 6 times a month. Sometimes it could be 4. Sometimes it could be 3. That is where you learn lessons. Your target is what? Turning over 6 times. So when you are running short of the 6 times, and when you are turned over only 2 times or 3 times, you say that month is bad. No, you are bad. You relaxed. You didn't think. You didn't put your brain to action. You didn't track your brain. You didn't give work for your brain. You slept off. Months are always good. Don't ever say the month was, you are bad. Are you trying to understand the logic there? Huh? There was a time, when I need money, say for example, if I need 200 million today, I don't run around. I just call the bank manager. No collateral, nothing. Tell him, Sebo, my Umeme bill is coming. It is 120 million. Can you help? He clears. Then he will only ask me one question. When can you put this money back? I'll tell him in 7 days. Done. So Umeme bill goes there straight to the bank. He clears it. 120 million comes within 7 days. You'll have to keep your word. Are we together? So that is why I said, once you have the cycle done, jumping from whatever billion to another billion, it is just a night's sleep. Because people have not trusted you. Your clients know that you are dependable. Your clients know that you are consistent. Your clients know that you are trustworthy. By the way, suppliers, I just thank God. I have suppliers who can trust me. But that trust, let me put it this way. Trust is not given, but trust is earned. This is called the social capital. Trust is earned. There are people who can even supply me goods worth $500,000. $500,000, not even a check. Nothing they'll supply. Because they know, Milka, he will give. Are we together? This was done over a period of time. You'll have to build that trust. So there will come a time when you'll also have to build systems. You'll have to build systems. You can't be in all the businesses. Now I'm here. My phones are off. You'll have to have your time. Business must go on still. So that is where you need to build system. But I'm not going to talk about that right now. That is on an advanced level. So I'm just laying foundation as to where to start, how to start. So what is important in this is have a beautiful network that is dependable. And save money. As I told you, you got to save. I say this in most of the meetings. I tell this again also. Have you seen a funnel? Funnel. A funnel, usually it's like this. It's wide open on the top, narrow the snout. So usually it is used to pour liquid into a narrow mouth to whatever. So if you want to pour paraffin into a jerry can, you put the funnel and then pour it on the funnel such that it doesn't spill over. Economy is like this. Savings is like that. For us, we were taught that our personal economy and our business economy should be like a funnel, whereby input should be as wide as possible. Revenue streams should be as wide as possible. But your expenditure should be smaller, narrow. African economy is upside down. Income is expenditure. It is not proportionate. That is why I said, don't increase your expenditure based on your income. That is a discipline. And if you're married, this discipline must be from both the husband and the wife. The husband cannot have the financial discipline and he's just maintaining his discipline. The wife is just busy squandering his money. Both of you are going to fall down together. The whole family is going to crumble down. So this discipline must be enforced by both the husband and the wife together. They should agree what is our goal. That is my last law. Have a clear goal. Have a clear goal. What do you mean by having a clear goal? I think, many times in corporates they talk a lot about goal setting, this and that. But I think most of these are a bit rubbish, though it might be working for some setting. Let me break it down for our understanding. A goal cannot be a goal if it cannot be explained and quantified. As simple as that. I'm not giving you dictionary definition, what so and so said, gave this definition from Harvard University. All those will be nonsense to us. A goal is something that you can define and quantify. Simple as that. That is a goal. A goal can be anything that you can define and quantify. Let me break down this. Let's break this down for our better understanding. Now, we are talking on both sides, personal finance as well as business finance. Most of you, we have varied age brackets here. You could be in your late 20s, early 30s, late 30s, early 40s, late 40s. I don't think, is there anyone early 50s? Nobody. Early 50s. Oh, it's a young church. So I think somebody could be there early 40s. Now, within this age bracket, goals will differ with age brackets. Okay, goals. You can't set a goal when you're in your late 40s, a goal that is supposed to be for a late 20s or early 30s. So goal setting is like this. For example, if you're in your late 20s, newly married, about to get married, new family, young children, all these I would group as one. Now, when you are here, the saving proportion should be exorbitant. Okay? A significant portion of your income or revenue should be your savings. You will have to force yourself to save. When I say force yourself to save, and that is a goal. Some of you may say, I get a salary of 600, but I end up spending all the 600 and I still have some more to pay. That is not enough. You get the point. Now, the best thing is for you to write down. Let me tell you, there is a power in writing with your pen and a paper. I do that even now. When I go crazy, when my mind is not good, I just take a paper, I write it myself and I tear it out and throw. It means a lot. Write down your obligations for a month. Okay? Write down your obligations for a month. What takes what proportion of money from your 800? Now, you'll have to be notoriously courageous to knock out certain expenditure. Are we together? Boldly, you'll have to say, this one is out. I am not going to touch this next month. Some of you know, sometimes in our church setting, when I go and talk to people about their personal finances, they come out with their own baggage of burden. They say, oh, you see, Elder, that is not possible. You see, I'm the firstborn. My father has 15 children, and I'll have to take care of the 14 who are like a train bogie behind me. Now, my first question is, did your father ask you permission before he delivered those 14? Am I with you? I'm not here to cause confusion in your families, but think with me. But just think with me. Just think with me. It's your life, right? Your father never came to you and asked you permission. Look, I'm going to give birth to the 12th. Is it okay? You didn't sign an agreement, a memorandum of understanding with your father that he should give birth to 14. Including you, 15. What the hell? Why should that be your burden? I'm not asking you to be selfish. Number one, you can't take care of all the 14 anyway. Am I right? You can't. So now you sit with your 800 put on the table and say, let me eat the 100. The 700 will go to my siblings. How long are you going to do this? Now you're late 20. Instead, think with me. Tell your father it is upon him. Before you started earning, who was maintaining all the 14? I mean, I'm sorry, I may be critical there, but just give me answers. Before you started earning, who was taking care of the 14? Somehow they've been living, right? Whether you support or not, are they going to get food from somewhere? Yes or no? Yeah. So who told you that it is included in the commandment, one among the 10 commandments, that you'll have to take care of the 14? Yeah, you may think that it is your responsibility. Am I right? When you are not responsible to yourself. Instead, I would say this. Why don't you think of saving more money? Okay? Put one of your siblings to be in charge of what they are doing. Nobody's going. You see, people can even go to university even when they are 40. Am I right? Are they going to die if they don't go to the university when they are before 40? I know people who had gone to Makrere even when they are 40. Recently, we were welcoming the freshers. There was some old fellow there. I was like, is that guy serious? They said, Elder, that guy has come inside through the mature entry. What is he doing? He's doing medicine and surgery. At that age, do you think he can even operate some human beings after he finishes? They said, Elder, let us welcome him. The guy is 35. Imagine by the time he finishes his medicine, he'll be 42. By the time he takes a syringe and pokes somebody, it'll be 42. He'll be shaking and 42. Let it not be a burden. Make your siblings also be responsible. I come across so many people. Recently there was a guy from Makrere who went through my hands actually, and he finished his medicine and surgery, and then he came to me and he said, Elder, I don't know, it's really frustrating me, but I need your advice. I asked him, what is your problem? He said, you see, I have 2 brothers. One is in S4 and another brother is in the university, but I've just graduated, but I'll have to educate them. I asked him, who was giving the fees before you got this job? He said, it was my father. Tell him, call him right now, tell him it is none of your responsibility. Let him continue to support your 2 brothers. Why is that? Now, the moment this guy knows that the firstborn is going to take care of the 2, he's going to give birth to another one. We are the ones who are making and creating irresponsible fathers. So being the firstborn you will have to enjoy the birthright. You don't have to, take the whole burden on your head. So you need to use your brain to make use of your resources and make them also to understand money doesn't come just like that. Are we together? So I told this guy, tell your brother who is in the university, ask him how many days he goes to the university. Elder, I know he goes only for 2 days. Which day? Monday and Wednesday. So for 5 days he is just a donkey doing nothing. Elder, but don't call my brother. I'm asking you a question, answer. You keep all your sentiments somewhere. You have come to me for help. Answer my question. So your brother is just a donkey for how many days? 5 days out of the 7 days. For you want to slog like a donkey for all the 6 days and you want to educate him. I told him, call your brother and tell him to find a job. Let him be employed for 5 days. when his back is bent, he will know the worth of money. And after getting employed, let him be even in a supermarket. He can even be a sales guy in a what? Supermarket. Doesn't matter. But let him be employed. Even if he brings 100,000 per month, it doesn't matter. He knows how hard it is to get that 100,000 per month. Kumbe, you're spending a whole 1.5 million on his fees for a term. He will respect you. And I told him, look, you came to me for advice, I've advised you. It is up to you to do it or not. He came to me recently and he told me, Elder, your strategy has worked. This boy is more responsible than ever. He even told him, my brother, as you pay my fees, let me also save some money for our younger brother. Where? In Essex. That is being responsible. So you need to use your what? Don't be emotional. Oh, I am the firstborn. I have a big drain behind me. I'll have to take it out. Who told you? Buy an acre, make them sit there and work. They'll know how hard it is to see one bean coming out of the ground. For them, they want to eat a whole plate of beans. Free. Am I making sense? You will build a strong family. They will appreciate what you're doing. Even if it is little, they'll begin to appreciate what you're doing for your family. The moment you dish out things free, you're finished. They'll use you as an ATM machine. For you, you work like a donkey from morning till evening, whatever. Be responsible. It takes us back to the same language money speaks. Please keep me with you. Are we together? So, when we have a clear focus and a goal, as I told you, it must be quantified and it must be defined clearly. So whatever age bracket you belong to, whether you're in your late 20s, early 30s, late 30s, early 40s or whatsoever, doesn't matter. Have a clear goal. Now, what is that clear goal? You can tell. You see, goal is not about accumulation of money. I always say this and I want to tell this. Thank you, my dear. God bless you. When you have a clear goal, don't say, I want to have 5 billion in my account. No. That cannot be a goal. Why? Because your dream, your plan. First of all, you need to have a plan. And that plan will become your dream. You see, you may have dreams in the night. That is useless. You should have dreams when you are conscious. I'm not preaching the Pentecostal sermon. People, they begin to interpolate whatever, the night dreams. No. Your night dreams can be a resultant of your overeating in the night. So, first is to have a plan or a dream. Let me put this very clearly and keep this as your slogan. Chase your dream, money will be your byproduct. Are we together? Keep this as a slogan every day. Chase your dream, money will be your byproduct. What does that mean? Many times we waste our time and resources chasing what? Money, which money will never you can catch. You cannot catch the money. But instead, what should you do? Chase your plan. Chase your dream. Chase your desire. Money is just a byproduct. In the process of chasing your dream, money is just a byproduct. It comes automatically. Very simple. My dream was to establish, in fact, I tell you, I can tell this now. In 2014, I actually wanted to start a university. Everything was done. I worked with the National Council, everything was done, everything was set, money was there, until I met someone very, very important in my life. And he was telling me, why should you start a university? You will be one among the hundreds there. And he is the one who actually opened my eyes. He told me, look, do some homework. Find out what is really required in Uganda. Come and tell me. That is when I started reading. I picked out all the statistics that UBOS published and that was not published, everything. That is when I came to know that Uganda was a country with 47% between 0 to 23 years old. The UBOS statistics then, it showed me, it revealed to me and it opened me a lot. I saw 47% of Ugandan population then, 2012 census. 47% of Ugandan population was between 0 and 23 years old. I said, what? That's when I began to read more. That's when I discovered Uganda cannot become a knowledge-based economy, even if you try. It can only become a what? A skill-based economy. That's when I started the skill-based institution. Are we together? So, at that time, my aim was every Ugandan must have access to a skill at affordable cost. That was my dream. I didn't say I need to have $1 million through this business. What was my dream? Every young Ugandan should be able to access affordable skill education. And so now I improved my goal and I said we need to train a minimum of 10,000 Ugandans in the next 3 years. I was able to define with respect to time, quantified also. Money was a byproduct. Because now your desire is always now to pick every Ugandan. Pick a skill, learn a skill, acquire a skill. What comes out? But if my aim was to make $1 million, I'll become ruthless, I'll become inhuman. Am I right? I'll try to find every shortcut. No, money should not be our focus. Have a dream that has a value to yourself and people. So the dream is not, it should be defined, it should be quantified. When you define your dream, and when you are able to quantify your dream and pursue that, people also will begin to appreciate. If I come and tell you, look, my goal is to make $10 million, you'll find, now you'll think, what kind of a man is this one? But instead, if I come and tell you, look, my idea is to support all the manufacturers with the seamless supply of raw materials. Hey, good. Are we together? So, as a raw material supplier, then my goal is defined. I want to ensure that all the manufacturers in my industrial sector to have seamless, uninterrupted supply of raw materials because that is their concern. And if I cater only for that and tell my clients, look, please don't stop your machines. It's my duty as a supplier to ensure that your raw materials are available in time. For you, you just concentrate on your production. Don't switch off your machines. That is my goal. So when I translate this goal to my clients, they will approve. But if I go to my clients and I tell them, my aim is to make a minimum of $30 million by the time, they'll say, now this guy, Are we together? So have a goal, a specified goal. Define it, quantify it. Are we together? There was a question about retirement plan. I think with that I will open up for discussions. There is no time for retirement. There is no age for retirement. Many people think that I need to be 55 or 60 to be retired. No. You can retire even when you are 40. Are we together? Huh? What do I mean by that? Listen to this very carefully. Assume that you have established businesses. At this point in time, personally, this is what I'm concentrating. You may have different businesses, but the objective is the businesses must run without you being there. Are we together? So first one, I think I've taken you through some process. Starting a business, how to run it from 0 to 10 million, 10 million to 40, 50 million, 50 to 100, 100 to 500 million, 500 million to 2 billion. I have taken you through some of those things. As you move along, you will have more avenues to start new businesses. Let me tell you, many businesses that I'm doing right now, I never looked for it. It just comes. Are we together? Even the supermarket items, I mean the importation of, I don't know anything about most of these ones, but it just came along the way. Industrial chemicals that way. So whatever I'm doing, like most of the businesses, it just came along the way. And I will assess perfectly whether it will work for me, whether it will not work for me, whether it is as per my value system, according to my principles. Then I said, okay, let's go ahead. Otherwise, I just discard. So as these new businesses come in, remember I told you when you reach your 2 billion and reaching your 5 billion is an evening walk. Are we together? In your evening walk, you're listening to your music. You don't talk to anybody. You don't stop. That is a walk. But your businesses are growing from 2 billion to 5 billion without you knowing. That is how businesses always operate. This is the law of business. So, when you reach all these stages, assume that you have reached up to the 100 million stage. From 100, you jump to 500 automatically, actually. Because that is when new businesses will keep coming. Huh? By the way, let me tell you. See, when you, along the way, some people will just come. Because you have a record, you have a track record where people can trust in you. From nowhere, somebody came to Uganda, actually through one of my counterparts in Dubai. This guy, he came out of nowhere. I have never seen him. I have never spoken with him. He just sends me a mail and he copies one of my counterparts. He's saying, Milka, I'm coming to Uganda. I need to meet with you. So you know what I did? I just went straight to Entebbe, picked him up from there. We have never seen each other before. And along the way, we were talking so many things. No business. I didn't talk anything about business. General stuff about Uganda, about politics in Uganda, about Idi Amin, everything. By the way, he's not an Indian. He's from another country. So we spoke about so many things and whatever. And I took him to a hotel. I had already paid for it. So I said, no, this is the place where you want to stay. He said, Milka, you're doing too much. But I said, it's okay, no problem. Just because my counterpart told me that you're coming, it's him, he is here, who is here, not you. So I will just consider, don't worry about all. Just stay quiet. Just stay safe and then enjoy your stay in Uganda. The following day, we were supposed to go out somewhere. So I went and picked him up from his hotel and then we went around. So I asked him, that is when I asked him, okay, what is it that you want in Uganda? Then he told me, I have $5 million US. Tell me where I should put this money. Imagine. He just told me, I have $5 million US. You tell me where to put this money. I will just do that. There is no discussion. I don't know anything about Uganda. This is the first time I'm coming to Uganda. But what I heard about you, you can do things here. Have you understood? Did I ask for it? No. That's why I told you. From 500 to 2 billion, it is easy. Because you have tread that hard path yourself by the grace of God. When you reach there, people will come with their money. So now I also know how to turn over this $5 million into $20 million. It is not my money. But now we will tell, okay, how much are you giving us? 20%. Any investments that you make, $5 million will be in your account. Invest in whatever you want. Whatever money that the profits come, 20% is yours. What can you not do with $5 million? Are we together? So you need to have a clear goal. Have a clear goal. Walk towards that goal. Work towards that goal. And prayerfully, I'm sure, by the grace of God, you cannot go wrong. But that journey, you should be willing to go through that journey. Many times you want to, experience all this the easy way. You want to walk along the road and you want to see a whole bag of, that's the dream we have. A bag of money somebody had left. No. And you keep digging for maize, and then as you're digging, you find a big chunk of gold in a big trunk. This is what you dream. No. It is hard to get. It is hard to get, but when you get it, it is very easy to multiply. Very easy, extremely easy. Very easy. Then, on a weekly basis, I get people. Either phone calls or emails. Some people, they come here and announce their arrival. Now, Sudan is on fire. I've at least got 3 calls from Sudan. People are saying, now we are coming to Uganda. We want you. Where can we invest? Money is there. I'm telling you. You don't have to invest money. But when you have built a record, people will trust you. Are we together? It's very simple. So, have that goal in mind, and I'm sure you will win a lot. Okay? So, I was about to tell you about the retirement plan, and with that, I think I will close. So, people can retire at different ages. It doesn't mean that you'll have to retire only after 60 years or whatever. So, when do you know that you have reached the retirement age? If you're in business, if you set up your businesses where your presence is not required, time for retirement. Are we together? Now, some of the business, we have some distribution shops. I personally not visited all those shops. I've never seen those shops. But they are running. I just talked to only 3 people and I bombard them in my office. 3 people, the top managers. The degree that I put in there, they go and work. That is how we manage. So it doesn't mean that we'll have to be there in all the businesses. Are we together? So when you reach a stage where your businesses doesn't require presence, but it is moving on, and you put systems and procedures, time for retirement. You can wake up at 8 o'clock, have a nice sofa, reclining, open your daily monitor, read from page 1 up to whatever, read your Bible, occasionally take a few phone calls, give them instructions, take your cup of soya coffee, wait for your salads. You have a few dogs running around, you have some housemates, because all these are catered from where? These businesses. Time for retirement. Now, even if you have 2 businesses or even 1 business that can take care of your monthly expenses and still you save some money, that is also time for your retirement. Are we together? Assume that you need a minimum of 20 million to run your household. Yeah. Assume that you need how much? 20 million just to run your household. to pay for your askari, to pay for whatever, everything taken care of. And still you can still save some money out of the 20 million. When your businesses can give you the 20 million, time for retirement. Are we together? So, until then, you can't retire. Some people, you see, when they reach the age, I came across a very good friend of mine recently, and then this guy was working for some institution for almost 42 years. And the guy was retired recently. So I went to his house just to pray with him for his post-retirement life. So I asked him, by the way, what are you going to do? He said, I have nothing. He was working for a private institution, so there is no pension. It's like a tap. All the money that he was getting as salary, so he doesn't know what to do. So he didn't have he doesn't have savings. He didn't plan for retirement. And the guy is retired. And he doesn't know what to do. That is the reason why. You remember, we spoke about a specific law, manage your time. So even when you are in employment, open up streams of income. Even as small as it could be. Even if one business can give you 500, 200, if you have 3, 1 million is done. Huh? I know a lady who is working in NSS, a good friend of mine. She is a decent earning member. So there was a time I was calling her. I said, I need to meet with you. I have some issues with NSSF. She said, I can't today. Maybe next week. I'm going to Masaka. I asked her, now, what is taking you to Masaka this time? She said, no, I have a poultry. I said, okay, you first reach Masaka, then I will call you back. She said, yeah, no problem. I'll reach at around 11, but I'll call you maybe tomorrow. So the morning I called her. I said, tell me something about your poultry. She said, well, I have a poultry with about 5,000 birds. My dear, 5,000 birds. It's not small. Am I right? For those of you who had managed even to manage 10 fellows around. You go around telling, I have a poultry farm. How many hens? 10. 5,000 birds in Masaka. So I was asking, okay, I think when you come back, we'll talk more. Yeah, Milka, I was actually thinking of you. I need your advice on this project. I said, no problem, come, we shall discuss. For me, I need more information about different businesses. It's as simple as that. So I used to talk, and I learned a lot about poultry. So now we are trying to automate her farm, poultry farm, where she doesn't have to struggle picking the eggs. The hen, their duty is to just what? Lay eggs. It will be collected automatically. We are just trying to automate that. Because now we are trying, I think she has a plan to increase up to 50,000 birds now. Now that is when our investors can come in handy. We can say, we can put a poultry farm of 50,000 birds. Put that money there, manage. So what I'm trying to say is like, retirement is in your hands. Retirement is not an age. Retirement is not all about money. Retirement is about freedom. Retirement is about freedom, whereby you sit at home, money comes in. You have businesses, but the businesses doesn't require your presence, but your thinking is there. You'll have to still inspect your business. You'll have to still inspect your businesses, getting the reports, reading the management reports, financials, monthly financials, getting the bank statements. All those things are extremely important. So I think, even for me, I ask my accountant, my chief accountant, only 2 questions. What is a sale? What is a bank account? What is the expenditure? In fact, 3 information. It comes automatically on my WhatsApp, whether I'm in charge, everything, every day, it should come. 8 o'clock in the evening, these 3 reports. What is the total sale? What is in the bank account? What is the expenditure? That's enough for me. That will help me to understand. Only when I know something has gone wrong, then I'll ask for more reports. Oh, send me this, send me that, send me this. Okay, what is happening in Gulu? Okay, send me that Gulu report. Send me this. What is happening to that product? What is happening? Okay, send me that report. What is the debtors list, creditors list? Bring it. Only when I see something is wrong, then I ask for those reports. Otherwise, just keep cool. Just three information. So now, I'm just thanking God. I may go back to academics again, Professor. Just to share experiences, maybe, I don't know. I'm just a joke, but so that's the excitement that we have about money, creating wealth. Okay, so I think I have covered some of the important areas. If I proceed more, you will forget everything. It will lose its essence. So I think I will open up the floor for questions, then we shall address the questions.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Doctor. We are really very grateful. So the doctor has brought us at. I wish to call upon you to ask questions, because a moment of it's a discussion now. We are here to learn. We are here to tell him our experiences, and he's here to guide us through. Doctor, thank you so much.
Yes, thank you, Doctor. My name is Rodney. My question is, somewhere you mentioned that we should actually be having multiple sources of income. Yeah, and then somewhere you mentioned that for any business that you create, you have to be there to oversee and all those things. So I'm asking, at this stage when you're just starting out, you don't have enough money to be everywhere. How do you balance having multiple sources of income and actually being there to oversee your business? Then the second question, take me through your routines of the day. Let's say the time you sleep, the time you do this. I would be interested to know.
Check. Thank you, my brother. You see, it might appear as if I had contradicted. Number one, I said that you should be there, right? Then later on I said, retire when the businesses don't need your presence. I think I also made my statement very clear. Along the way, when you migrate yourself from 0 to 10 million, 10 million to 50 million, 50 million to 100 million, you would have mastered your business. Are we together? You have mastered. Now, for example, personally what I do, when I start a new business, I assume that I may have some businesses, let's say whatever number, okay? And today if I start a new business, I will micromanage to the core. I will forget all the other businesses, but I will be there in that new business. Are we together? I'll be there from morning till evening. I'll have to see what people are doing, what they are doing, the process, everything, clients, everything I'll have to do, or I'll have to know. Are we together? So by that, this is a new business. You can't just abandon it. Number two, you may not know that business. You remember, see, I think please don't mistake me and contradict the points that I had told you. Initially, I told you don't start anything that you do not know. That is for the starters. You are starting some business for the first time. You are new to business. You have always started business and you have always failed. Are we together? Now, you don't start a business that you do not know. But later, when you migrate from 500 to 2 billion, and from 2 billion to 5 billion, you can start almost anything. You can even manufacture rockets. You don't have to know. Because now you know the nuances of businesses. By the look of people, you'll know who can perform and who cannot perform. I'll tell you honestly. And to me, personally speaking, I don't hire based on your academic credentials. I don't even bother. Whether you are my plant manager or production manager or my sales manager, I don't care whether you have a sales degree or not. At the end of the day, I need performance. You can even be a medical doctor, but you can be my sales manager. As long as you give me results. As simple as that. So, when you grow, at one point of time, you can start businesses that you don't even know what it is all about. Because you've understood. You know what questions to ask for. Are we together? So, that is the reason why I said, when you start, don't start anything that you do not know. When you become stronger in that, and at the same time, thank you for asking that, don't start multiple businesses at the same time. You will collapse completely. If you start one, strengthen it. See that revenue comes out. Then you start another one. Then you focus on this, assist this business. Are we together? Now, when you start a new, it's like mother. When a mother gives birth, she gives all the attention that she even forgets the name of the husband. She gives all the attention to who? The baby. She is always holding the baby here, breastfeeding this side, then the other children are still waiting and crying. But that is the one who was feeding last year. Are we together? Now the mother doesn't even care. Jangu. Genda. Are we together? Now the child is entertaining itself on its own. Now who is now the bother? The newborn. So the time the mother spends with the newborn is more than the child that was born 2 years ago. Are we together? Then the other fellows are there. She doesn't even care whether they are in home or not. There are other children who come. They are in the holidays. She doesn't even know that the other children are there in the other room. Now she is concentrating more on what? On the baby. Business is just like that. So as and when new businesses come, you will have to take care of that new business as a newborn baby. The other businesses you have already gone through. You have breastfed them, you have been with them, you have played with them, you have talked to them enough. Now they are mature. Are we together? So to some extent, but you need to know whether they are performing well. The reports must come automatically. The monthly reports, the sales, the expenditure, the bank account, everything, how many people are employed. Sometimes, when you give the mandate to the HR manager, he will convert your business as an employment bureau. He'll bring his whole clan, everything. When you go there, you will find one clan of people always in all the whatever. So you'll have to be careful now, because they can mess up your business also. So you'll have to have very clear understanding of the recruitment process also. So you'll have to give them very clear instruction how they need to follow. It's as simple as that. Otherwise, you can't manage all the business at a go. But as you grow, you can have businesses that you don't even know. You can even start, people will start business on your behalf and that you do not know. You get the point? That is how you will grow. Okay, so when it comes to the time allocation, which business I've told you already. New businesses need all your time, your attention, and moreover, you need to know that new business. Because when you are there understanding the business, tomorrow, even if people can fool you, they'll bring out some list of requirements. This machine is broken, whatever this, you need to know. What is that machine is all about? When was that bought? What spare parts will go quite often, things like that. Okay? And procurement, I don't leave it in the hands of anyone. Procurement managers are there, but they can't procure without me knowing even a screw. Are we together? Because the moment you leave that one, you're finished. So there are certain things, but other things I don't care. HR, but I know how many people should be employed in what section. How you employ, whom you employ, I don't care. See, for each department, I know the numbers. In this department, there in the sales, okay, I know we need, say, 42 people. If I see 45th person, then I'll question, why these two? Have you opened new shops? Have you opened a new region? If yes, then it's okay. You get the point. How you recruit those 42, I don't care. I don't even know who they are. I don't have to worry about it. I don't have to know. Why? Because at the end of the day, what I'm interested is what? Performance. Whether you bring your clan or your whole tribe, I don't care. When they don't perform, you also go along with your? Simple. So I think we need to have that balance. Once you have that, see, managing people is very hard. But when you know how to manage them, you can even manage 1,000 people. And I have a policy in all my businesses. Institutional politics are there. This one will try to harass the other one, all those things. It is also there. So my underlying principle, I used to have a lot of headache, pacifying people, doing cool talk, Bible talk, all those things. I stopped at one point because that was too much. So now there is a principle. My principle is this. If you are a manager and he is a manager and both of them fight each other, I will fire both of them. Have you understood? I don't have time to call both of you and ask you who is right, who is better, nothing. If both of you can't work together, both of you go out of the organization. I'll fire both of you. Why should I waste time to get into their business? So even if they have differences, when I call them for meeting, they will sort out everything before they come into my office. They'll say, my dear, he's going to... another bad habit I have is, his report I will ask him to provide. I will ask the sales report from another department. What does that mean? You will have to work together. You are a production manager and you do not know the sales. Shame. What are you producing when you do not know what is selling? Are we together? So what I will do, I will ask the production manager, production manager, give me the sales report. First they thought that I am crazy. I don't care, but I know what I want. Are we together? Now the sales manager will ask him, okay, give me the production report. Put the project it on the screen, explain to me. Because there must be a perfect coordination between the sales and production. He should not produce what is not being sold. He should not sell without telling him what he must produce for him to sell. So in other words, the sales figures, sales report and production figure, they must go what? Together. It's as simple as that. You may think, why? So if they are clashing, because if he produces something that is not moving, he will scold him forever. Why are you producing this when I cannot sell this? Now, when it is there in the inventory, I will question the inventory also. Why is this product lying in the store for the past, say, 30 days? What is wrong? The question will be to the sales manager. So they'll have to work together. So before coming into my office, they'll say, my brother, okay, he's going to ask so many questions about what I have done. Let us sort out things here itself. Simple. And I have fired also people. If two of you cannot work, I fire both. I don't have time to investigate who is right, who is an angel, who is the devil. Both of you go home and sort yourself out from there. Otherwise, you cannot manage hundreds of people. Are we together? Yeah, so coming to the time schedules, of course, I read a lot. I spend a minimum of 2 hours reading. Even now, 2 hours. And of course, meditation. Of course, I read a lot of my Bible also, because I cannot compromise on that. Okay, my Bible reading. And I have my goals in Bible reading also. Business, I'll be very honest with you. These days I don't spend much time. I go to my office by around 11 o'clock in the morning. And I come out by around 3. I go home. That's my schedule. And I eat twice a day. Morning breakfast, evening supper, period. I do some exercise. I play a lot with my dog. I spend a lot of time with my wife. Because we are alone. I have only one son and it's an empty nest now. So this fellow is somewhere in Canada too. He's pursuing his computer engineering. So I have only one son, so he's also out. So we are just 3 of us. My wife, myself, and my dog. That's all. So we eat together sometimes, even with our dog. And of course, we have some rabbits. They are just pet rabbits. So we have names for those rabbits. They are not for eating. Yeah, I love rabbits so much. And I recently buried a rabbit that was 12 years old. Very loving and caring. The rabbits, when I call them by name, they come. I have a great passion for animals and birds. Great passion. And so I think that's a summary of what you have asked me. Any other question?
Thank you so much, Doctor. Thank you so much, Doctor. I just have a simple question about the dependency ratio. Because in Africa, it is actually very difficult. And just like the law of money that you have just shared with us, that talks about keep me with you. Now, what kind of approach are you going to give to this kind of people that are dependent on you, so that at least they know or they understand you fully? That is my question.
I'm sorry. Is that question like what proportion should be given to your dependents? Or you want more explanation on that? See, my simple logic is imbibing responsibility in the minds of your dependents. Now, you should also know when they became your dependents. Now, sometimes you may not have your parents, okay? They are all orphans, or maybe like you also strived hard and you found your way to where you are right now. So you can't push that responsibility into the hands of your parents because they are not there. So you may have younger siblings, maybe 4 years, 5 years, 8 years, 9 years, whatever, okay? So those people, so your question is like, maybe I can still explain that. Find out what you can handle. Okay, so that's why I said, some of these younger siblings, if they need basic education, yes, support them. But there could be some fellows who are older, who are able to work. You make them work, is my point. So it must be like, you must make it a collective responsibility. It's not a sole responsibility. So between you and the second fellow who is next to you, if there is an age gap, whatever, and if that person can work, or if there's a lady who can work, don't make them always dependents. Make them also to work. And that's why I told you, it is not a sin and it is not a crime for someone to go to school at a later stage. So you can also put a halt to some of those fellows who can work, make them work, make them understand, and with their savings, you can also support them at a later stage and support them to go to school. Because now what I have seen, basically I work at church, I work mostly with young fellows. Most of them are very irresponsible. They squander money. There was a time a parent sent money to that child to pay fees. This girl, she bought a phone. She applied for a dead semester. Are you understanding what I'm trying to say? So she applied for a dead semester, so the fees became what? A phone. So now, like, you have such irresponsible fellows. So you're busy, you are slogging like a donkey, working hard, You find you work in the night, you work here, you work there, even weekend you work. But at the end of it all, someone is buying what? A phone. So you make them also what? Responsible. So if there are people in your dependence list who can work, tell them, my dear, for the next 1 year you're going to work. Halt whatever you're doing. Make them, now they will appreciate, not now, later on. So don't bear everything on your head. There could be other very young dependents. That one you can support. Until they come of age where they can work. Put them in the fields. Let them work. Put them on. Let me tell you. You can also put some, you see, don't ever think and have this misconception that they must go and get a 3-year degree or a 4-year degree. Your dependents. If you have a dependent, put him or her on a skill-based education. 3 months, 4 months. You know, I'm sorry to say, there is a pastor who comes and tortures me from a particular village. This guy comes and he was torturing us. He said, no, my daughter is in... You know, sometimes it doesn't mean just because you have money, just squander it also, just because you throw it around. You need to rationalize your giving. So this guy, he was a pastor, and he's a pastor, and he comes and, you know, my daughter is there, what? She's doing her 3-year degree program. Then I said, look, I can't support your daughter for 3 years. I already have my own list of people whom I am supporting. And I will expand only based on discretion. So I said, now what you do, don't trouble yourself. You have a son, right? Yes. What is he doing? He is doing his degree in another university somewhere. I told him, put a halt. Call him. Put him on a three months program on carpentry. Okay? On carpentry. I told him, okay. We put him only on 3 months. I told him I'll educate him. I'll pay his fees. Put him on the carpentry. 3 months. Now, after educating basic carpentry, okay, put him on a job. Let him look for a job. Let him save money and educate himself. Are we together? Does it make sense? Yeah. So, instead of you taking all the burdens on your head, now you are not yourself. You have lost your identity. All the money that you get, you are not being responsible to yourself. Simply because someone told you, love your neighbor as yourself. Now, these are your brothers and sisters. Kumbe. Now, that doesn't make sense to me. You make them responsible, collective responsibility. Are we together? So, that is, you see, when you imbibe that, this is what we do in our community, my brothers and sisters. In our community back home, like this is unheard of, that you have children, they are dependents. No. First, when the father is dead, when the mother is dead, the first thing that we do is to take them to a skill-based institution. 3 months, 2 months, put them there, give them skill. Tell them, now you are on your own. Go fish yourself. It is only here in Uganda you have the whole clan in your living room. You give them kaunga, you give them beans, you pray with them, you come with them. I'm not saying it is wrong, but where is this going to lead you to? When are you going to grow yourself? Am I telling something that is nonsense? Does it make sense, my brothers and sisters? I mean, as I told you, disclaimer, I'll be radical in my thought. It is up to you to take it or deny it or discard it. But it is for your benefit. That's why I'm telling you. So, ultimate objective is to make them responsible. Simple as that. So find out, I may give you some reasons, but find all the reasons and whatever strategies that will make them what? Responsible. Let them not take it for granted. My brother is there. He'll take care of everything that you need. No. Let them also be responsible. As long as they're of age where they can work, put them on the job. Yes or no? There are so many jobs available. In Uganda, there is no scarcity for jobs. Don't tell me that there is unemployment. No. It is your pride that is stopping you from being employed. Uganda, there is plenty of jobs, let me tell you. There are plenty of jobs. Didn't I tell you about that waitress? She chose to be a waitress. If she had said, no, if I work, I'll only be a statistician, till now she'll be eating sand. But she chose, and you need to know where she is right now. So you won't know. You even if you put your son, your brother, whatever, in a supermarket, chances are somebody could spot them and say, this one is unique. Come, talk to me. Opportunities can come anytime. Next question.
Once again, thank you so much, Doctor. I have listened to what you have taught us, really. And in them, I have seen that much of the experiences that you've given are mainly in areas of production, and there is marketing, and there is sales. But I've not heard much regarding construction. Construction industry seems to be to have its own peculiar experiences. I don't know if you have experience in it as well, so that you can give us, because a couple of us here, that's our field. Then number two, actually in the same area, for example, you find it is procurement. It's quite cumbersome. First of all, the main employer is the government. Unlike other areas of production and value addition. In construction, the main employer is government. Then we have a few private developers whose capacity is not as much as it would be for the government. So you find that to get a job from the government, a job has been, say, advertised. That's the process. There's that procurement process where adverts are passed and the bidders respond for some, maybe an individual project. You are quite a number of bidders, and at the end of the day, they pick up only one. The dynamics of choosing that one is also another tricky situation. You get there, they even tell you point blank that we are not bound by the lowest bidder. And then you submit your bids, and they go through them. And at the end of the day, they pick out the lowest bidder. So you wonder. Then after that, of course, there are so many other requirements that they need in order to even if you have been chosen, but they need those bonds, the performance securities, the advanced guarantee securities. Sometimes you don't have them. Sometimes some banks have actually been offering them, but right now it seems they have also stopped doing that, because personally we have had several contracts. In 2018, we got some contracts in Karamoja from one of the ministries, and our company didn't have the security immediately, but one of the banks, actually there are two banks, so one bank was delaying the process. So we decided to change and go to another bank. Now this other bank responded quickly, and it took up the task to a point of giving us a non-secured guarantee, yes. And we are able to sign the contract, and we started. Later on, of course, we sorted that out. Now, recently, one of our colleagues, also another contractor, got several contracts. That's also another problem now. Because most of the problems that contractors get is to get many contracts, and then they end up failing to execute them. Now here, this one gets several contracts, some from World Bank, and then he's failing to secure them so that he can now be able to start the works. So a couple of days ago, maybe two days ago, I was talking to one of them on the phone, and then he tells me that we are still suffering with the securities. I said, but we have been using one of the banks. Then I mentioned the bank. And then he said, yes, we even went there, but they have stopped it. They are no longer doing it. So right now, they have a backlog of works. The old works are not yet done. They have the new works to start with, which they have so far failed to begin. And not long from now, they will be entering the bad books. You understand? So that's the construction sector. I would have loved that you also talk about it. Then there is taxation. Taxation is another problem. Some of us are failing to move. Like I personally, I'm still having problems with taxation. So I would have loved that you also highlight about taxation. Then, Doctor, you'll forgive me because I also have gone through quite a challenge in some of these. And very good, you have mentioned some of them, and I know, really, they're very challenging. Now, the last one. I have another friend. He's working outside Uganda, but he's one of my customers. Now, this gentleman told me he has gotten into other friends, other clients. He has gotten other colleagues. And one of them is a white. And this white is an international businessman. He has got a lot of businesses in South Africa, in Tanzania, in UK. And so he wanted to open up business here. So this colleague contacts me, and he wanted me to make him a business plan. Mainly, they were looking at real estate development, and I did that. But of course, in my experiences, and seeing how the economy seems to be running, my idea was more in either agriculture or value addition. But they insisted they wanted real estate development. So I concentrated on that, and I gave them the what? I gave them the business plan. And they liked it. So after that, they sent in a lot of money. Actually, for me, by the time they came to me, they were changing the line of business. They were in, minerals. They wanted minerals. So they had already they had brought in a lot of money. Actually, the fellow wanted to show me the transfers, but I was not very interested in seeing the transfers. But they had brought in a lot of money. So for me, when I was making the business plan, and my business plan was coming to around 100 billions, he said, no, this is so small. Already what they had sent in was far much more than that. But, the financial intelligence, something, I think, had held it somewhere. So they were not able to access it and do whatever they had wanted to do with it, okay? Now, later on, they decided to change the line of business. Now, when they changed the line of business, they went into hotels. And the white was convinced to buy a hotel somewhere in Mbarara, somewhere in the Western. He bought a hotel, okay? But he also bought land and he's supposed to develop, okay? Now, my business plan, I still have it. And I still think if I have someone who can help me develop it, because it is good. Actually, there are two of them, and they are good. Please, with the connection that I have had you have, can you be able... Yes, you can look at it, and we meet, and we brainstorm, and you get me about it, and get funding for it, sir. Thank you so much, Doctor.
Yeah. It's a very interesting question. Number one, you see, in Uganda, you'll have to be extremely careful and tactful. When you see a tender on the paper, or request for bids. Let me tell you, 90% of such bidding and tenders, it's already determined. You get what I'm saying? Bidding or tendering is not new to me. I think you missed it. What I was saying, when you see a tender advertisement or request for bid in Uganda, 90% of the bid and the tender advertisements are already determined. So when you look at the tender advertisement and you prepare your tender, you are only wasting your time, you are only wasting your resources. It's as simple as that. Even my companies are PPD registered. There was a time initially, I used to spend hours preparing bid documents. There was a time I had a strong connection in one of the ministries. And there was some works, IT works, with some other ministry, to the tune of 4.7 billion something. 4.7 billion. That was the total amount of work. Supplies of ICT, whatever. So I was so excited, and I got this guy who was the chairman of the contracts committee. So I approached him and he said, who else will I help other than you? But you see, the contracts committee, before it sits, you need to put in some money. So I paid him 35 million. And the guy said, you are the one to get the contract. So now, the total contract value was 4.7 billion something. I was super happy. I said, this one I can just execute the bid just like that. 4.7 billion, I can get my money. So happily, I took the 35 million and I gave it to him. So on the day of bid opening, whatever, everything was done, and then the highest bidding winner that day came. I was happy. I even prayed, God, thank you so much. You're going to give me what? 4.7 billion contract. So at around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, someone calls me. He asked me, Dr. Milka, yeah? But sincerely speaking, these guys, what happened? Because I know he also bid for that same contract. So we met each other on the bid, the clarification, the bid meeting, opening meeting. So the guy was saying, but these guys, I thought this guy would call me to congratulate me. So I asked him, so what is happening? But you see, these guys, they have given the contract to some Turkish company. You mean you didn't see my company's name? No. How did they promise you that they would give you the contract? Yes. And they also promised me. How much did you give? I said 35. At least you are okay. Me, I gave them 45. We lost the contract. Imagine, we know each other, so we were open. I don't know from how many companies they got this money. I lost 35 million just like that. So I was so frustrated. I said, okay, that is not going to stop me. Let me proceed. Then I came across we did a training program for PPDA. That is when I met another friend. So this guy, he knows in and out about bidding, all those stuff. He's a chartered accountant by profession. So he met with me at the training. So he came and we had food together at the lunchtime, and he said, You're just wasting time. I think we should go. I said, for what? I thought this is a very important meeting. He said, let's go home. Then we went to the car parking, and he opened my eyes. He said, my dear, I'm in Uganda for the past 40 years. One thing, let me tell you, don't waste your time in bidding, tender. Leave that. That is when I also came across another procurement manager from another powerful company, a parastatal in Uganda. So he's also my friend. He said, yeah, what he's saying is right. Before we do an advertisement, we have already chosen. That was a lust. I applied for bidding, tendering. What I normally do now, if I have a connection, the network, if they tell me, Milka, can you do this work? I tell them point blank, if you're going for bidding, forget me. There is also a provision in the PPDA Act whereby you can do contracts without bidding. I tell them, look, if you're going that route, and if there is an agreement between you and me, you take this amount, I take this amount, period. This business of discussing with me, coming out with a bid evaluation document, everything, you use me like a fool. You go for bid advertisement, and then you choose some other fellow. I'm not ready for these games. So these days, what I do is I only go through that route whereby we have a strong link, and if the company or the whatever chooses us without going through bidding. So, my brother, I want to share the same experience with you. Don't waste your time and resources doing what? It's not going to help you. I have done it enough. I have spent enough. And that's my experience. Number 2, in the world of construction, it's not that I have not got into that. We have a company called Gulf Link Venture Uganda Limited, which is basically into construction and things like that. What we normally do is we are shortlisted by the US aid, okay, by the UN. So what you need to do is, I will categorize the construction companies into 2. One is startups. You're new to industry. You have started a new company. You may have your own personal experience as a professional, but your company is fresh. You are entering into this industry as a company fresh. You got to know one thing. Don't waste your time competing with companies with a lot of muscles. What you need to do is to first begin with subcontracting work. That is the best thing you can do. Go and take a ride on the back of the camels that are already in the industry. Okay? Otherwise, you need to know the cow of some district personally. The CAOs of some district, where he says, my dear, we are building a primary school here. We are building a small bridge here. Let's have an understanding. You are building it. That is okay. But otherwise, if you think that you can win bid from NSSF, CA, Civil Aviation Authority, Ministry of Finance, forget it. Don't even waste your time. Instead, use your time productively to do what? Subcontracting work. That pays money. There are so many Chinese companies that you can't even think of competing with them. There are so many Indian companies in construction, you can't even touch their doorstep. But you can be a what? A subcontracting company. So when you are a subcontracting company, you need to come out with your own specialization. Say, for example, there is a company called Sterling. Hope you know. Sterling. There is also a company called Sayani Brothers. Hari Constructions. These are fellows. What you need to do is to ride on their backs. Don't ever try to become a camel now. You will never be. So in business, you'll have to be very tactful. You see, at the end of the day, you need to get your business working. What should I do? If you can't be a camel, ride on someone's back. As simple as that. So the best thing is to go and be a subcontractor. It can be electrical subcontract. You do anything. You be open for any subcontract work. Don't tell them that you will do only civil. So, say for example, there is, do you know Total Energies? Total Energies. They are looking for subcontractors. They're looking for subcontractors. Total Energies, they have a huge contract of $3 billion in Hoima. Can you do it? Approach them. So you need to have your mindset. Otherwise, you will go ahead and do private work. You can do private work. Like say, for example, there are people who build huge apartments. Start with a subcontract work. So when you do a subcontract work and finish up within the specified time limit and then the quality, they will give you more jobs. This business of running behind, government, tender, bid, my brother, my simple advice is don't waste your time. I've been there and I'm strongly advising you. Those things of bidding, the bid security, that will just drain you for nothing. Are we together? So with subcontract work, they can even advance you 30%. There is a company called ATX. They started with nothing. Do you know ATX? ATX. Now, they are the largest contractor for telecommunications in the whole of Uganda. Their office is in Nakasero Hill, next to Blood Bank, somewhere around that area. ATX. They started with nothing. You know what they used to do? They were subcontracted for digging holes to put those wires. Their duty is not even to touch wire. They're just only to dig. Now those guys, they even put up masts. Have you seen those masts with some tree kind of stuffs? They call it a green mast. ATX. One mast, to put up one mast, the cost is $4.5 million US. One mast. Technically, they call it base substations. To put up one base substation, it costs how much? $4.5 million US. They started from nothing. They were digging holes. Now they are subcontracting digging holes to other people. Now their business is what? Putting up the masts. So you need to be tactful in business. If this, you do 1, 2, 3. If I had frustrated by, I used to be crazy, bidding, because, I could see nothing less than 4 billion, 5 billion, 10 billion. Until God gave me clear understanding, my dear, lose this 35 million, you will learn. Imagine, to get a contract I paid, which I didn't get. That didn't stop me. So you'll have to find out yourself what can work for you, how it can work for you. So construction industry, let me tell you, according to the World Bank statistics, construction industry in Uganda is one of the most booming next to Kenya. There is a huge demand for construction. But I think you see in Bible, the disciples were fishing through the whole night. They caught what? Nothing. Jesus Christ told them, cast your net here. You will have to now fall on your knees and ask God, where can I cast my net? Simple. And my Bible says when God told where to cast their net, they got a draught of fish that even their boat was about to sink. That is Malachi 3:10. Test me, and I will just open up a blessing and you will not have room enough to hold it. So it is just a matter of waiting and understanding your business logic. So don't keep on banging on a closed door. It is useless. If it's not going to work, think, what is the next alternative? The best is to start as a subcontract work. You can't fail. So I think that will answer. Construction industry, of course, as I told you. By the way, move also into other areas where people have not moved. For example, have you seen the barricades? The barricades. I don't know how you'd call it technically. Is it barricade or whatever? Those concrete barricades on the roads. There is only 2 manufacturers who are making those barricades in the whole of Uganda. There is a huge need for barricades by UNDRA. There is all. If you go to UNDRA today and tell them, look, I can supply barricades, they will embrace you. I don't know if you have ever tried that. They called me once. They said, we heard that you are making barricades. I said, yes, I'm making barricade. How many do you want? Kumbe, I don't even know what barricade was at that time. And also, you see, have you seen the culverts? The round culverts. There is only one guy along SETA who makes that. And he is a sole supplier to UNDRA. So think about innovation. Like, you don't have to always work with the bricks and mortar. You can just think out of the ordinary, think out of the box. Okay, I mean, in the construction industry, what is lacking here? What can I do? Have you got it? So construction, I know many times I think you are also in the construction and you always want to put roads because there is money on laying roads. That will come at one stage. When your company grows to another level, that is when you can lay roads. Not now. So look for there is money still in subcontracting work. Whether it is government work or even private work, subcontracting still works. Okay? I know many people who have done beautiful subcontracting work. Any other question? I see many hands. Maybe we'll quickly get their questions, and I want to answer all of your questions before you go.
As we get the remaining questions, we would simply have loved to know how much more questions we can handle, and
15 to 20 minutes.
So that we can have like a 2 minutes.
Yeah. Just finish all the questions. I will answer all the questions.
Thank you, Dr. Singh, for the presentation. My question is very simple. At this stage, there's where, of course, according to your presentation, where I passed, that period between entrepreneur and entrepreneur. You're at work, you want to start up something, you have to monitor it. That stage, how do you balance that intra and entrepreneur? So, because you cannot resign because the cash flow, you're not sure of the cash flow of the entrepreneur part. And also, there's a legacy which I want about Indians, like passing on to the generation. How have you mentored your children to pass the way through the next generation? Because here we just sell. That's the culture of which I don't believe in. Like, how can I die and leave that generation legacy for all my kids? That's my question.
Creation from entrepreneur. Number one, you need to know what you could do even, because I will not recommend anyone to abandon your job and just once begin to experience. It's futile and it's fatal. Okay, so cable. Sorry. So this transition from being an intrapreneur to entrepreneur, I think it's basically, first of all, you need to have a business idea. Okay, now I didn't cover some of these things because now we will just expand the scope of today's meeting. Like, what is a business plan? What is a business idea? What should I look for in a business plan? What should I look for in a business idea? Things like that. In a summarized way, I can say a business plan or a model should be like, what should I do to get what in what time? Simple as that. That is what should your business plan should explain. What should I do to get what in what time? That is a business plan. Okay. So if you have a very strong business plan, and when you try to implement it, second thing that you need to have is a trustworthy person. Okay? So for me, I had my wife. So even before I left my formal employment, I put her there. You get the point? So that was a good start for me. It can be anyone else. Maybe if you have a wife whose income, if you feel, and together, if you feel that it could be more than the income that she gets from her employment is less than what you would otherwise get if you start the business and you put her in charge, then you go for a bold decision to ask her to resign from her job and then take up. Or there is also another way of looking at it. If you think that your wife is employed and her income is steady and better, but you can sacrifice your employment, you sacrifice your employment and go and sit there. So even if there is a fallback, there is a position that is your wife is there. That's your family thing. You can discuss and come out with that. So when we said, okay. I said to my wife, you go there. So that was a good transition. You get it? So, so you need to have someone who is very trustworthy, such that you are the engine for your business, but someone is taking care of it and implementing it. You get it? So if you have that person, boldly you can start anything even while you are in employment. Okay, now number 2, the legacy. See, legacy, the best thing is, to me as a professional, I would not expect my son to come and take over. I don't think, but though he says that he would come back. You get. Of course, we also have IT companies where we develop software and things like that. So he still says, oh, I will come back and take care of this IT company, whatever. But the thing is, like, you need to put a working board, a board of directors, where your shares are there, but you need to have a board of directors. So you will still have leverage in your company. So whether your son is there or not, whether your children are there or not, your family's stake will be there. Have you got it? I hope you understand that. So it doesn't mean that he has to come and be, well, we don't know. Maybe if he is thinking that he can take this business from where it is now to another big level, it's up to him. He may even say, okay, let's have the base in Uganda, but we can take it international. Fine. Through his contacts. Usually, it is this, and I strongly believe this. Every time you have another generation coming, they will be more powerful than the previous generation. So you'll have to believe in that and leave room for that growth also. So my thing is, like, even if he's not there, the companies will continue to exist through boards where your family will have a stake, but the board will run your business, which is possible. Any next question?
Thank you, Doctor, for the opportunity and the presentation. I would like to hear your take on something that I feel is missing in the country. That is digital health. Digital health, according to me, we have not ventured so much in digital health and paramedical services like you can see out of the country or out of the continent. It's something I'd like to venture into, but in relation to the subcontracting, you said there are a few companies I have cited that are doing it. How to get those opportunities for subcontraction, and then is it something you'd advise somebody to look into and put their efforts? Thank you.
Basically, your question is about medical services. Yes, medical services in Uganda. Well, I think it's, I'll be very careful in making this statement, but I think it's kind of a deliberate attempt in Uganda whereby the healthcare system is not robust and it's not becoming one. Because it's more of commercial, okay? Whether it is dental health or pediatric care or geriatric care, you name it, paramedical courses, it's all, it's like a whirlpool in Uganda, in my opinion. Why am I saying this? You see, in Uganda, there are regulators that are not regulated. Well, I'm not the competent person to make this statement, but just because you have asked me this question, but I'm making this statement because I've gone through this. I used to import medical consumables like disposable gloves from Malaysia. I import syringes. I import malaria kits, HIV testing kits, okay? Now, in all this, I went through pain. I went through what? Pain. To get one thing cleared, oh my God, in Uganda. The reason why Ugandans suffer without medicines is because of that bureaucracy. To pass one consignment of latex gloves, oh my God, you will have to travel to moon and come back to Uganda. I'm sorry to say, and I will be bold to say this also, NDA, the National Drug Authority, my God. That's why I said the regulators are not regulated in Uganda. To bring one drug, I'll give you one specific thing. In fact, I shortlisted about 5 drugs. Of course, these medical consumables, they are not medicines, as you know. They are just consumables. Now, I shortlisted about 5 drugs. Okay? And I said, now, let me bring these drugs to Uganda and make it affordable. For example, like malaria drug. I'm giving you an example, malaria drug. These Quatim, those dosages, it costs about 12,000 shillings. Am I right? One dosage. Let me tell you, the cost of one dosage is less than 200 shillings. The actual cost of one dosage is how much? Just 200 shillings. We are selling in Uganda at how much? 12,000. How many? What is the percentage involved? The calculator cannot calculate. Most of you have seen. I'm sorry. As I told you, I'll be very open. Okay. I know. Have you seen a cough syrup called Zecuf? Zecuf. Zecuf. This is normally retailed at 3,000, 4,000 shillings. Am I right? 3,000, 4,000 shillings. The cost of this Zecuf is less than 700 shillings. So where is this money going? Now, for example, I'll give you one understanding. I may be wrong because politically I'm wrong. But I don't want to be politically correct now because it's our church. If I have to bring one new drug into Uganda, I'll have to take the whole team from India to the manufacturer at my cost. Are we together? And that would cost me nothing less than $30,000. Now, this is before I even sell one bottle of cough syrup. So I'll have to spend $30,000 in the entire. So, besides that, I'll have to find out whether how I can please them to get me the license to import that drug. Are we together? Now, after having spent all this, how do you think I'll be able to sell this quantum dosage at 1,000 shilling? So who has made it expensive? Exactly. That is the reason why mothers are dying in Mulago. I think I can be a good politician. Why do you think people are going and people are dying for nothing? And when this professor of mine, when he came out with the COVID, there was a lot of noise from NDA saying that this is fake, what? That was curing. COVID was curing. And that is a good cure. There was a lot of cry. They even stopped until the president had to himself step in and said, my dear, let them sell. Are we together? So, medical industry in Uganda is primitive, I would say. Very primitive. Because number one, the regulators don't allow you to bring in medicines at an affordable cost. They make it extremely expensive. Let me put it this way. I import syringes. A whole box of syringes of 100, whether it is 3 ml, 5 ml, whatever. I'll be very open with you. I think it costs about $1.2, a 100-piece box. $1.2, a 100-piece. So $1.2 is about, say, in Uganda shillings, about 5,000 shillings. No, it is 4,000 something. One syringe it's being retailed at 500. When you go near Mulago, some of those pharmacies, they sell one syringe at 1,000 shillings. What is the profit? No wonder these fellows called Abacus Pharma, that is an Indian company, they have made money you can't even imagine. There are so many pharmacy companies, they have minted billions and billions and billions of dollars, not shillings. They have minted money. The profit percentage is huge and at the cost of Ugandans. That is the reason why we can't even afford to have basic medical facility. I was at one point of time, I was trying to import medical gadgets like MRI, CT scan, whatever. Oh my God. I had to stop. They put in a lot of regulations. I said, okay, let Ugandans die. And to avail basic facilities, you'll have to take your patient to Israel, to Johannesburg, to India, to Turkey. When these things can be done here in Uganda. It can be done in Uganda. But anyway, that is frustration. So at one point of time, I completely stopped medical business because I said, this is nonsense. Because sincerely speaking, how can I know the cost. I know the cost. And it is against if it was like other things, I can increase my profit percentage. But these are medicines. That was against my conscience. I said, no, I can't do this. I have access to so many pharmaceutical manufacturers. Can bring medicines at affordable costs in Uganda. But that is not possible. It's kind of a curse for Uganda that we'll have to suffer. Anyway, that is the part. Yes. Let me address that point. Yes.
Hello. So that means, just to clarify, that you don't advise somebody to look into digital health for now.
Come out. I'm sorry, I didn't get that point.
Does that mean you don't advise somebody to look into digital health, something like providing a few services that people can have virtually, few medical services, maybe counseling or medical consultation, things like that?
I'm sorry, I didn't get that question clearly, sorry. Okay. Maybe the speaker, I don't know.
Digital health.
Yes, digital health. What is the question?
You don't advise somebody to look into it for now?
No, you see, digital health, there are so many types of digital health. One is called the remote medicine, medical care. For example, there is called telemedicine. I'm sure you must have heard about it, telemedicine. Are you talking about telemedicine?
Yes.
Telemedicine is absolutely okay, but what I fear right now, these guys are coming out with another regulation that telemedicine also will be taxed. But that is nonsense. So telemedicine, of course, it is possible. I think the best thing is, my brother, there is a lot of money in medical care. Okay? I don't deny that fact. Even if you put a small Edwaliro somewhere, you will definitely make money. Am I with you? Yeah? Now, say for example, maybe I can get, our medical care is above the industry standards of the world. Our medical care, the cost of medical care is exorbitant, very high. in Uganda. That's the reason why many people die. However, you can come out with your innovation. Say, for example, now telemedicine is one, like counseling, as you said, counseling sessions. But to what extent will that create change in a person's life? I'm not very sure. I don't have statistics for that one. But as a medical professional, you can think about what can create impact in people's life, okay, and how that can be a revenue model. Recently there was a doctor who came here to my office. I forgot his name, but he has a product called Mama Kit. Have you come across the Mama Kit? Okay, it was his product. Okay, he came out with that. We exchanged so many things. In fact, he came out with a mobile app through which, and Mama Kit has so many accessories. It has a bag. Exactly. So that was a brilliant idea. But did the government accept it? No. So finally he was funded by USAID. And BRAC. Do you know BRAC? Okay, it's a social marketing finance group. So they also adopted his idea. They are working towards that. So, but you can explore that. Nothing should discourage you. I'm not here to discourage you and to tell you that nothing will work. What I want you to do is to be innovative in your thinking. What innovation can you make in the field of medicine in Uganda that can create impact in the common person? Rich fellows don't bother about rich fellows. They will find a way to get themselves medical care. If not in Uganda, they will find a way. Look at the basic facilities for a common Ugandan. Let that be your goal. God will richly bless that goal. You can't fail, my brother. Next question. Yes, my sister.
My question is, you've talked about skills, and then you say that Uganda is among the countries that has a higher needs of skills. So does that mean that we live on this education and we go to skills to save the money which we would have spent in education? And besides that, you said you started up an institution that teaches skills. And what are some of those skills?
My sister, my straightforward question is this. Are you a graduate? She's a student at school, higher secondary school. Is there any graduate? Somebody? Are you a graduate? What is your graduation? Hey, are you the one who went to zero? Just a joke. No. All right. Now, okay, fisheries, I think it's more practical, I know. I think they do a good job. And, every district also requires a fisheries officer. And unfortunately, the private companies, they don't employ them, except for some of the big ones. Any other graduate, say business, accountancy, computer, information systems? Now, which university did you graduate from? Makerere. Now, be honest with us. Did you really acquire skills when you finished your graduation? That is the truth. That is why I told you, in Uganda, we teach through rumors. In Uganda, we teach through what? Rumors. I'll be very honest with you. There was a time I used to recruit. In fact, I was active in recruitment for many companies. I was frustrated. People come with the CGPAs that I can't even imagine, and I ask them very simple questions. If I give you, it's a very simple thing. Like when you start a computer, when you switch on, I ask them, what is post procedure in computer? When you switch on the computer, there is a process that goes on called post. So they say, post, what post? So when you switch on a Windows computer, laptop or a computer, the time that it takes between switching it on until you are able to log in, that time duration is called the post, power on self-test. So it means like it gives out interrupts. Okay, the microprocessor will give out interrupts. It sends interrupt signals to monitor and receives a feedback. It sends an interrupt to the keyboard matrix, and then it receives a feedback. It sends, so these are the accesses. That's called the power on self-test. Now, even this basic thing, a graduate don't understand. They don't know. So I asked them, okay, forget all that. Can you develop a website? No. Okay, forget it. Can you come out with something that you have learned through hard skills like C programming, Java programming? They say no. So what did you learn in Makerere University, or what did you learn from that university for 3 years if you don't have the skills? So it's like we are only teaching people through rumors. Sister, that's why I told you. Uganda, now when I told you that Uganda cannot be in a knowledge-based economy, it's basically because demand and supply. I didn't explain much on that, but since you have asked that question, let me justify that. When I told you that Uganda can never be a knowledge-based economy, that statement is based on demand and supply of what? The demand for professionals and the supply for professionals. Are we together? So in Uganda, as we speak right now, there is no demand for the kind of graduation and specialization some of these universities are churning out. There is no demand. There is no demand. So why are you teaching them and giving them fake certificates? Is my point. So in Uganda, what is required? Where is the demand? There is a huge demand for skills. That is why I told you, Uganda can never be a knowledge-based economy in the next 50 to 60 years. Unless the policymakers are completely dead and gone and new policymakers come and they make radical changes in the whole economy. Are we together? So, what is required in Uganda right now is skills. Like say, for example, we have enough land. What we need is agricultural specialists. Not at the graduation level, people who can go down and dig. Are we together? What we need in Uganda is infrastructure development. Yes, Professor.
Actually, I was just, mine is a rejoinder. I've learned what you're saying. No more questions. I think no more questions on the last one. Because of time, we will have them. Yes. But mine is a rejoinder on hers. I think Professor shared, and he said that he was building amplifiers when he was growing up through. So he's in business now, but he had the hands-on of building electronics and amplifiers. So for her, as a student, actually, by the way, a doctor, she's skilled in playing the piano, but very skilled. And so for me, what I would tell her, she has to look at other skills. She wants to be maybe a journalist. Maybe it may not work now, but she can build on another skills, carpentry, building electronics, even assembling mobile phones if you can. Exactly. You can learn a lot of things. But my question, Doctor, is you have given us the perspective, and I've seen where the money is actually. For me, I've seen where the money is, and I'm going to follow that path. You have given us the perspective of importation. There's money in importation, and you have given us the perspective of service industries, and you have given us the perspective of production. So I've seen the three facets where money is, and there is money there. But you have not spoken about agriculture, a little bit of agriculture. So I would like you to briefly to bring about the agricultural perspective as we are working towards of being billionaires. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you, Professor. Quickly, when I retire, I want to be a farmer in Uganda, because there is no other place in the whole planet where you can be a farmer and be successful. I'll be very honest with you. I have traveled to different places. Uganda is just gifted. It is just gifted. And as I told you, I would retire and live my life as a farmer. However, let me tell you this. I think I can even write a book on the businesses that I have ventured into, some failed, and the ones that are successful. I've also ventured into farming, Professor. And there was a time I had a huge business order from UN. They wanted 5 tons of pineapples every week. 5 tons of pineapples every week. Until then, I never knew what pineapple was. I have seen them on the roads. Maybe I had tasted a few here and there, but I was not a fan of pineapples and I didn't know anything about pineapples. But when I got this order, I traveled across the country, up to Kisoro, the side Zirobwe, Kayunga, Chioga, Namasagali, Kangulumira, you name it. I know where pineapples are grown. I've gone to all these places. I buy pineapples, study them, understand them, where it is grown, in what size. So, at one point of time, I was ready with the samples. So, UN has a lot of restrictions for the pineapples, particularly agricultural produce. It has to be like organic, things like that. And good enough in Uganda, everything is organic. And I found some farmers in Zirobwe and also in Kangulumira who were using coffee husks as the fertilizer for pineapples. Those pineapples tasted awesome. So I made my homework, I did my research, I studied everything about pineapples. So now it was time for me to send the samples to the UN. So I sent the samples to the UN, my dear. I got a response from the UN, and the guy called from the lab. He called me on my phone. It is quite unusual. He called me and he asked me, "Are you sure that these pineapples are from Uganda?" I said, "Yes." He told me, "I've been in the lab for the past 15 years. I've never seen a pineapple like this. Never." And he gave me more information. The world's best pineapples are from Costa Rica. You know, there is a South American country called Costa Rica. The world's best pineapples are from Costa Rica. The second from Philippines. And he said, "Look, I have never lab tested a pineapple from from Uganda. This is the first time and we are super surprised. Are you sure this is natural or is it GMO?" I told him this is natural, this is not genetically modified, this is organic. I've sent you all the certificates. He said, "Look, we had never seen a pineapple ever that could weigh 3 kilograms each pineapple. Ugandan pineapples each, if you are an exporter, a serious one, you can really have hands on those pineapples. Each pineapple weighing how much? 3 kilograms. Costa Rica pineapples cannot go beyond 1.2. Philippines cannot go beyond 900 grams. Our pineapple, my dear, I still have those pictures. Before I send the samples, they even asked me to cut it into half, put a ruler. They want to see the height, they want to see the width, all those stuff, real time. Our pineapples in Uganda, they are this big and this fat, each weighing 3 kilograms. And you see the contract for 1 kilogram, they gave me $1. So which means one pineapple I can get how much? 9,000 shillings, one pineapple. My sourcing cost is only 500 to 600 shillings. I said, wow, God has really opened his window. Now, I was praising God, and I met almost every exporter in Uganda, and that is how I came across the pineapple Sonia. You remember my phone contact? Pineapple Sonia, Sonia, who is also the exporter of pineapples, she is the largest exporter of pineapples from Uganda, but she only exports 500 fruits a month. Just 500 fruits. Me, I am going to export how much? 5 tons per week. I said, I am going to even buy a jet plane to transport these things. I made because the contract was for 3 years. I said, what? Now, problem came. I did my... So all my farmers, everybody, I set up everything. The cost was defined, everything. Irrespective of the season or off-season, whatever, we fixed a cost. We made a contract, everything was done. Now, when it comes to exports, now I initially thought that I could export by road up to Mombasa, then by sea from Mombasa to Dubai. So I started, I had meetings with my logistics guys. There are 3 companies who work with me. So I called them, I discussed with them. They told me, look, pineapples, we can't put it in a container just like that. These require reefers. These are refrigerated containers. And refrigerated containers in Mombasa, what we get is only 20 feet, not 40 feet. So you're limited by the container. So, and not only that, these containers must be refrigerated until it reaches where? Dubai, the destination. So, ordinary, if you export something like in a 20 feet container or a 40 feet container, the cost of transport from Kampala to Mombasa is around $2,200 per container. They go and put it in Mombasa. Now, if I use reefer, that will be $4,500 for a 20 feet reefer. So now I'll have to put in $4,500 from Kampala to Mombasa. Now, the ship that must take the reefers also must have provisions for these reefers. So every container ship or cargo ship, they always have some provisions in one corner where the reefers are organized. Now for them, you see, now usually for an ordinary container without a reefer to take from Mombasa to Dubai, it costs $3,000, okay, for one container. So now for a reefer, they charge me $5,000. So the cost of transporting the pineapples in a 20 feet container from Uganda to Dubai is $9,500. Now when I did my math, it did not work for me. So I said, okay, I'm not going to leave it. Let me try by air. So I picked up my contacts in Emirates. I called people from Qatar Airways. I called people from Ethiopian, because all these flights go to Dubai. So the shortest flight is Emirates, because these fellows of Ethiopian, when you put in, they gladly accept, but they will take it first to Addis Ababa, then they'll put it on another plane, and then it goes to Dubai. So it takes about 3 days. But it was cost effective, and they charged me close to $3 per kilo. $3 per kilo. Now the cheapest by air, which is Ethiopian, was $3 per kilo. I cried with them. I told them this and that. I told them, there was a Ugandan guy. I told them, don't you think that Uganda must be in the international map? All those motivational things, everything I brought. Finally, he said, look, my dear, you want me to lose my job? Okay, whatever. In my power, I can give you $2 per kilogram. But still, it cannot work for me. Now, the only next thing is cry to UN. Are we together? I told them, look, this is the finest pineapple in the whole world. Now, I'm just using their statements now. This is the best pineapple you can. They looked at me and they said, nah, this guy, he knows how to talk. They told me, look, there is no, UN standards are standard. There is no way they can increase even by a cent. I told them, now what are we going to do? But can't you tell them that this is the best pineapple, or the juiciest, the sweetest, whatever. He said, now look, if we are getting Costa Rica pineapples at this cost, why should we go for Ugandan pineapples just because it is big. Well, I mean, Jews, of course. All those things were there. So they also tried. They said, okay, we accept. We understand that. Okay, we will also try. They tried and tried and tried. They finally sent me a mail saying that the highest amount that we can give you is $1.5. Still, it did not work for me. Painfully, I had to abandon the project. Professor. But the money was just hanging around me. But I couldn't do that. So finally what I learned from Uganda, you can't export any fresh produce. Am I with you? Why? Because we are landlocked. I don't know. Anyway, so we need to have certain things very clear. Okay, now, so when it comes to exports, fresh produce, I was out. So I was praying, God, you gave me a business just like that. It came up to my mail. I even went here, there. I did my homework, did everything. Everything was set, but the cost. So now God opened up another opportunity. The same UN. Now this time they gave me a whole list of Excel sheet. They said, okay, now that you are very enthusiastic doing business with UN, look at all this list, find out what you can do. When I saw soya beans, kidney beans, and then dried meat, I said, okay, let me give it a try. I don't know what meat is all about. Then I put up a small advert in my contacts. Anyone who knows how to make dried meat. Many people came out with the proposals. I can make. I said, okay, give me samples. You know how they do muchomo along the road? Some of them, they packed those things and brought it. I told them, these things, no. You take it away. Until a French guy saw my request. A guy from France, but he is in Uganda, but he's somewhere in Akosongola. The guy called me and he said, I need to meet with you. I said, you come, let's talk. So I asked him, do you make dried meat? He said, yeah. Give me samples. He showed me samples, exactly what you wanted. It was like firewood. You know, dried meat is not like muchomo. It is like firewood, hard firewood. So I said, this is exactly what I want. So I told him, okay, you work out your mathematics. I need a container every month. He looked at me like this. He said, you need a container every month. Impossible. Then he told me, do you know what it means? A whole container of, 16 tons. For 1 ton dried meat, we'll have to slaughter close to 800 cows. I told him, I don't care how many cows you want to slaughter. Slaughter and convert to dry meat and bring it to me. I need 16 tons per month. It was tough. So the guy came, he went to Nakasongola. I called him the next day. He told me, Milka, to slaughter those many thousands of cows. Then a South African man called me. Imagine, you see, God was beautiful those days. And all these things happened during COVID, when you guys were hibernating in your houses, sleeping. I was busy. The guy from South Africa called me. And he said, Milka, fortunately I'm in Uganda, but I'm going to Johannesburg in the next 2 days. How can I meet with you? I told him, where are you now? He said, I'm in Muyenga. I told him, I'm also nearby. Just come. He said, but I'll have to walk. Looks like there is a curfew at this time. I told him, don't worry, I have a truck, let me come. You know, trucks are allowed through the night and day. I drove the truck, went to his whatever house, and he was somewhere in Muyenga. We sat, we discussed. And I told him, do you have experience in making dried meat? My dear, we don't call it dried meat in South Africa. We call it biltong. I told him, look, I don't care what you name, you give it. All I need is dried meat. Can you make it or not? Then he had ready-made stuff. He said, these are the ones, these are our products. By the way, it is quite common now these days in Uganda. So he told me, this is our product. I said, this is exactly what I want. Would you mind taking a few packs? I want to send it to the UN for sampling. He said, please, you can even take 1 kg. I told him, look, I'm not a meat eater. All I need is just 200 grams. So I took the 200-gram pack, packed it by DHL, and sent it to the UN. They said, my dear, this is exactly what we want. Take it. Then I told them, how many tons do you want? And they told me, this is a contract for 1 year. Every month, send us 1 container. Then I called this John, the South African guy who married a Zimbabwean woman. So he told me, I'm leaving my wife, but I'm going back to Johannesburg. So I spoke with the wife. I told her, madam, I need 16 tons every month. She didn't even blink. She was staring. She was looking at me straight. Madam, I need 16 tons per month for the next 1 year. No. 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 This is how she responded. I told her, but I need this. You don't know how many cows we'll have to. I know. You need 800 cows to be slaughtered for 1 ton. Slaughter them now. By the grace of God, UN gave me 100% advance. Have you ever heard? UN, usually they give money only after you supply. This time I saw money in my account. $67,000 for the first consignment. It was there. I said, now, I don't care how many cows you're going to slaughter. You are going to slaughter from today. I told her, look, I'm paying you money up front. Go to Mbarara, go to Karamajong, you go wherever you want. Kill those cows, whether you razzle house cows or whatever, you kill them and dry them and bring them here. I gave her $30,000. Told her I need. But this will take time. How much time? 20 days. Don't worry. I hired 2 people to be in her factory. I told them one will stay for the day. Another one you sleep in the same factory because there is curfew. The other one will be open, wake up the whole night. See that those fellows don't sleep. Let them dry. So they have some technology. I don't know what technology because I've never been there. Sincerely speaking, I cannot stand to see those cows being slaughtered or whatever. But they slaughtered, they provided. So now this time, I was wondering now, how am I going to arrange the logistics? So what happened? The people from UN, in fact, this concern was going to Mogadishu, not to Dubai, the UN base in Mogadishu. So they called and they said, well, I think if you depend on the road logistics during COVID time, it is going to delay us. But we need the biltong now. So I told them, but how am I going to do that? Because I can't airlift it with that money that you are giving me. But they have paid me for both the transport, everything, profit inclusive. They told me, okay, there is a UN flight coming from Uganda tomorrow. Go to the UN base in Uganda, Entebbe, deliver the whole damn consignment to the UN flight. Now I said, God, you are amazing. You have now saved my transportation cost. So what I didn't make in the pineapple, now God is making way. Oh, dried meat was going. Now this time the UN guy said, you can't bring the whole 16 tons. We don't have space in the UN cargo. We have other things. So every day you bring 1 ton or 2 tons, maximum 3 tons. I said happily, okay, no problem. Every day there was a truck. Go to Entebbe, 2 tons, 3 tons. Every day it was going from the UN base to Mogadishu through the UN flight. I'm telling you the way in which God led me during the COVID time, because school was closed, everything was closed. It was tough. Some of the raw materials, the things used to take 60 days. It was abnormal. It used to take about 120 days lead time, because containers were not there, logistics was way poor. So God gave me that UN flight free. It was just going to Mogadishu free. And they were super happy about the product. So the contract also ended successfully by the grace of God. We did a perfect job. Then they said, now, how about beans? I've eaten beans only in the church. So I don't know the whatever. So I had to do research about beans. You see, I'm just giving you avenues of Ugandan export. Are we together? Now, I went all the way from here to Lyantonde. Then I went to another place after Mbarara. I forgot the name of the place. Just after Mbarara. That place is known for beans. Okay, whatever. It's about 40 kilometers from Mbarara towards Kisoro. Okay? Not Kabale. Before Kabale. Tungamo is this side. Not Ibanda. Ibanda is inside. Whatever. It's a district actually. So I went to that town. I stayed there. I almost spoke to everyone who doesn't speak English. So I had to hire a local interpreter, a lady. She was to speak the local language. What? Then I found a seller. Very good beans. Beautiful beans. So I had to pack. So I told him, how many tons do you have? He told me he has about 5 tons. I told him, 5 tons, it can't go into a container. I need 20 tons. So he said, okay, I can manage 10 maximum, not more than that. So I put 2 people there in that place. Then I drove to Lyantonde. Near Lyantonde, there is another beautiful place. Do you know, from Lyantonde, you go towards the border to Tanzania. Mutugura, that border. Along that road, I found a farmer. Somebody tipped me that guy has dried beans, very good ones. So I went straight to his house. The guy also didn't understand English. I had to hire another interpreter. Told him, look, I need 20 tons of beans. He said, only 20 tons I can give you. I have 100 tons. I said, oh, glory be to the Lord. So I took 5 fellows. I hired 5 fellows from Kampala. I told them, bring a truck here, stay here for 2 days, clean the beans completely. Because you can't supply to the UN with the stones and those weeds, whatever, those husks. So they cleaned. They employed more women from the village. I also come to there. What work do I have in Kampala? I saw beans. So they were cleaning the beans, packed, because it was our own packing, customized packing, put everything in the truck, 20 tons. Then another 20 tons in the next 10 days. So 40 tons we took, and then that business also was going on. So beans has a good demand from Uganda, even soya beans. So I got a call from Israel. So someone calls me and told me, I heard that Uganda is very good in soya. I said, yes, we have the best in the whole world. I've never tasted soya, but I know. I know, yeah, this is the best. You know, pineapple is best, beans is best, so obviously soya also should be what? Meat also is the best. So I told him, yeah, soya beans is the best in Uganda. So he told me, we manufacture foam. I said, you manufacture what? Foam. With what? Soya. I said, now, this is confusing me. So the guy sent me prospectus and whatever, everything, the brochures. For the first time in my life, I discovered soya beans is used to make foam for mattress. in Israel. I said, don't worry. We have the best beans in Uganda that can make the foam the best. And I've sent the samples. I'm waiting for their feedback. So we have the best, some of the best in Uganda. So you need to be very tactful as to what can work. Agriculture, Professor, you can't fail in Uganda. Another thing, when you do agriculture, it is clean money. Nobody from URA will come and ask you how many bags of maize you had and what you sold. Other things, they can torture you. So even if you do other business, you can hide that money inside agriculture. Don't quote me anywhere. I'm just telling you. Agriculture is the best in Uganda. I would encourage all of you to buy land. Even if you don't know what to export, let me tell you, Ugandans love matoke. Am I right? Ugandans love beans. And Ugandans also love posho next to the Kenyans. Am I right? Even if you grow these three basic crops, you can't go wrong. You can't go wrong. Let me tell you, just learn how to grow matoke. You know, to understand agriculture, I even went to Israel to know how they do agriculture. Their matoke, that you know the flower that we have here, the purple color, we just throw it. For them, they don't see the flower at all. Even to the last thing, everything is matoke. And the matoke is as tall as you are. In Israel, they don't have good soil, they don't have water. But we have good soil, we have what? Good water. With irrigation, as long as you have a source of irrigation, try planting matoke. You can't go wrong. You cannot go wrong. But you'll have to be very tactful. So, even if you don't export, just grow matoke. Grow lumonde. Grow maize. Grow beans. You can't fail. I can testify that. You can't go wrong. And there is enough. As long as Ugandans are there, until Jesus Christ comes, we need matoke. Am I right? So why don't you grow what people want? So Professor, agriculture in Uganda, I'm telling you, I have a tinge in that. And for sure, you can't go wrong when you do what? Agriculture. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Doctor. Thank you for the presentation and all the education that you have given us. This is a very rare occasion, and I know elsewhere it is very highly paid for. But thank you for giving it to us just by the grace of God. And I pray that He blesses you so much more. And in your blessings, remember to involve us also. Remember to involve us so that we can actually support you on that. As we have come to the close, let me invite our first elder, because it is by him that we have had this opportunity. So let me call our first elder. He's Elder Jerry. He's here with us. Please come and give the closing remarks.
Thank you, Elder Mkisa. And thank you, Doctor, for the wonderful nourishment of the brain. I think the Adventist Men Department and those that have been instrumental in organizing this event. Dr. Rahiri, thank you so much, and your team. The Bible says, as iron sharpens iron, so man sharpens man. So I believe we have been sharpened. How many think like me that actually our lives have changed today? And Doctor, believe me, it may be in a short run or in a long run, you will get testimonies of how people's lives have changed. And also being redirected to the rightful path. You know, sometimes as we move along the way, we need reshaping so that we know we are moving in the rightful directions. And it was one of the action from the Adventist men meeting that we need financial freedom, financial independence, because the church is like a family, and every aspect of the church requires financial contributions. But how can people contribute when they are not financially free? So this was the gist of the urgency, that let the men first be nourished financially from the expert, and we believe you are the best financial expert that we have ever had. And after we have been equipped, now the next is action. Obviously, the men have a lot of plan. One of them is coming up with investment clubs. We want to come up with companies. We want to come up with NGOs, CBOs, to see that the church has various arms which can generate, as you call it, streams of cash inflows. And I believe after here, the Adventist men, through their leaders, will now redirect us. We want this church not only to be, concentrating on spiritual matters, but also physical matters as well. Just as you stated, over 70% of Jesus' parables were on money. So that means God wants us to grow, both spiritually, physically, in all other aspects of life. And I wish that you don't stop on us here, with us here, that you would continue to, we haven't paid you for this, but I believe God is going to multiply your blessings so that many other people out there may benefit out of this. People are still struggling, even in retirement, finding what to do. People have clocked their we call them fourth floor, third floor, 40 years, 30 years, but they don't know actually how to direct their lives. I believe one for myself, I've been impacted, and I'm going to redirect myself too. And I believe each one of us here is going to redirect themselves. And I would believe if it's okay with you, that through the various departments, that once you are called upon to rebuild us in such, we'll always heed the plea. And thank you so much. And I wish the blessing of the Lord to be upon you and the journey mercies, and also to multiply you into your businesses and your family. With those few words, I'll hand over the microphone to the MC.
Just in case you want to, if you have a business idea, and if you think that you need to check if that can work or whatever, but don't be hurt when I say this is useless. It may be dear to your heart, but for me, I look at it in a different perspective. And I'll also ask you a lot of questions, because at the end of the day, it is money. So I don't want you to, you see, sometimes you may have money and you may invest just to experiment. No. So I will just tell you on your face, this is useless idea. Or you may have no information, or you don't have the data. Or I would say just go back and do your homework again, something like that. So if you are ready for such rebuke, anytime you can come to me. Okay? But you should be ready for that. Because you may have 10 proposals, I may discard even all the 10. And tell you also predict the outcome. I can tell you openly. If you do this, this is what would happen. Go and experiment. If you have free money, you have that liberty to experiment. If not, do this. So if you're ready for that, and expose yourself to such strenuous period of implementing business, kindly approach me anytime. I will definitely go out of my way to give you time and also make you understand your projects and also see how best you can make it productive and profitable. Okay, so please take your liberty. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. We shall just close with a closing prayer. And I will request that we all stand up. Those that would like the contacts will be approaching me and will get the contacts. So can we humble ourselves reverently and we have a closing prayer. Kind God, kind Father, this has been such a wonderful day, a wonderful moment that you have given us, that we may learn from those that you have given us as a blessing. We want to thank you so much for it. And we want to thank you so much, O Lord, for the greater plans that you have for us through the education that your servant has given us. Forgive us for any weaknesses that you have observed in us. And forgive, O Lord, our weaknesses, and come and strengthen us, that we may have a strong heart, we may be focused, and we may know that we want. Let us always remember what we've been taught so that we are able to do and achieve as you guide us. Father God, as our teacher goes back, please we pray for him. He has told us a lot of businesses that he has tried, and others he has involved in, and others that have been successful. Lord, may you bless him, because we have nothing to pay him for this. So we pray, O Lord, that you bless him immensely, that he may also feel happy and feel a reason that he has been here, that you have blessed him for it, Father. We also pray for the rest of us, Father, that whatever else we shall go to do, let it be blessed indeed, O God. That your church may be enriched for the purpose of evangelization and taking the gospel further and wide. Be with us, Lord. Take care of our families and take care of even this entire nation, that it may be a blessed nation, and the whole world, the UN, the World Bank, and the entire world may know that this place is blessed. Thank you, Lord, for this our humble prayer. In the name of Christ, yes, we do pray. Amen and amen.